Crawford, add amendment number 6 to the desk. The clerk shall report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 6, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Arkansas, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today is simple and a no-brainer. It adds hot rotisserie chicken to foods eligible for SNAP recipients to purchase. Hot rotisserie chicken is healthy, widely available at popular grocery stores, and aligns with the new dietary guidelines for Americans promoting nutrient-dense protein. Making America healthy again is about encouraging healthy practices, not just discouraging unhealthy eating. That's recognized by my governor, Ms. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who recently requested a waiver to allow hot rotisserie chicken in Arkansas SNAP program, as well as red state governors from Alabama, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, Ohio, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Cold rotisserie chicken is already allowed in SNAP. Let's take the next obvious step and allow people in need to take home a hot rotisserie chicken from the grocery store that they can put on their dinner table as a healthy meal to feed their families. With as Mr. Sorensen here, I'd yield some time to Mr. Sorensen to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Sorensen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear from so many families in our district that are struggling, sometimes single moms or single dads, working very hard, working 2 jobs in their workday. They're doing everything right, and they're trying to grasp the good life. One of the things that I hear when I hear from these folks and when they go to the grocery store is there is a reason why, most of us don't realize it, but there's a reason why there is cold fried chicken, there's cold rotisserie chicken in the deli counter. It's because if you are on SNAP, you can't purchase the hot chicken. You should be able to purchase the hot chicken. And one of the things that we look at today and how I think the families have changed is it used to be that, you know, we had just mom that was going to get all of the ingredients at the grocery store, you know, to make the casserole that I remember when I was a kid. But today, with everything that's going on, with kids that are in sports, the kids have extracurricular activities, the family's a little bit different today. And so I support the gentleman from Arkansas. We need to make sure that families can go to the grocery store, get what they need, bring home a hot meal, and not only will it be better for the family, but it'll be better for the kids as well. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to, if Mr. Moore is not here to speak on this, I intend to withdraw this amendment with your commitment to work with me on this issue going forward.
I thank the gentleman. Thank the gentleman for raising the issue. SNAP was designed by Congress to purchase food at eligible retailers to be cooked and prepared at home. A change of this kind, especially one that singles out a specific food item, really deserves careful consideration and debate about the purpose of SNAP. So, and I yield back my time. Mr. Van Orn seeks recognition on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish that Mr. Crawford had not withdrawn this amendment. I was a latchkey kid growing up, and it would have been tremendously helpful if we had had access to this type of food. And I've heard people in this committee and other places say that we already allow people on SNAP to have microwavable food, and I just want to remind them that the United States government doesn't allow American citizens to do anything. We set conditions for them to thrive, and I don't appreciate that at all. I just, you know, you could go within a nautical mile of the room we're sitting in and find 10,000 microwaves that are a public health hazard, or you could find people that couldn't afford a microwave to begin with. And to me, this is absolutely absurd that we would not allow someone to have hot food. So I regret, Mr. Crawford, withdrawing this amendment. We need to look at things differently. It's 2026. And if there's a hungry child in the United States of America and we're not doing everything we can to make sure that they're fed, I don't think we're doing justice to the American people.
But
so with that, I yield back.
Gentleman, yield for just a quick second.
Of course.
Yeah, I think the reason for the withdrawing of the amendment is it has to do with the budget neutral issue that we still have to work out some of the specifications on to be able to address it so that we actually can fix it without it being So that was the reason for the withdrawal,
No,
if I understand it correctly.
Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Mr. Crawford, I understand your intentions. I know exactly where your heart is, and they're in the right place, 100%. I'm just saying that I think collectively that if we apply ourselves to looking at things, we can always find another dollar to buy another bomb, but it seems that we always struggle to find money to feed Americans, and that's all I'm discussing. I'm not in any way, shape, or form impugning your intentions, sir. And with that, I yield back.
I mean, it changes.
Mr. Chairman,
Actually, Ms. McDonald Rivet is recognized for 5 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I fully support this amendment, and I have a question for the gentleman who introduced the amendment. So a average price of a rotisserie chicken, which, by the way, can feed a family for a whole day for under $6 if you go to Costco or somewhere similar, is about $5.66. So I'm wondering if a family decides to buy that rotisserie chicken instead of other goods valued at the same price, how would that have an impact on the overall budget of SNAP?
Well, that's a good question, and one of the things that frustrates me as having been here for as long as I've been here, the CBO analysis of these things, and I'm not sure that that's the root of this, but you know, you make a good point, as does Mr. Van Orden. It really, to me, doesn't make any sense that we would allow for a cold, but not for a hot. So, I mean, I don't want to mess up the dynamics of this title or the overall bill. So I will defer to the chairman on the disposition of this. I want to be as helpful as I can be, but I think there's general consensus among the members here that it should be cost neutral because it's just as cheap to buy a hot chicken as it is a cold one.
Mr. Vasquez, would you yield?
Yes, I'll yield to the chair,
Thank you.
or to the chair, ranking member.
I'm going to say just a couple things, and I'll yield to Ms. McDonald Rivet. I don't think anyone here is against hot chicken, other than just the historical program itself. But I guess I would just ask, why would we arbitrarily do this for hot chicken and not for hot soups and hot sandwiches, those sorts of things? So I think it is a little bit dangerous if we pick winners and losers in this space, and that's the only reason that if this is offered for a vote, I would likely oppose it, is because I think we're having a great conversation, and Mr. Van Orden is correct that it would be terrific if all hot food already prepared could be available through SNAP purchases. And I yield to Ms. McDonald Rivet.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Is this a joke? This committee can't figure out how to just say, yeah, okay, have the hot rotisserie chicken. If you've been to the grocery store, I mean, my husband and I raised 6 kids. I can tell you that not only is a hot rotisserie chicken a lifesaver, and I can give you 10 recipes off the top of my head that you can use it, including the famed tater tot casserole. But yeah, there's more work to do, and there's always more work to be done. But also, I would tell you, my local grocery store, the hot rotisserie chicken is often far cheaper than buying a whole roaster, which for those of you who don't cook is the bird that makes a rotisserie chicken, and certainly a million times cheaper than buying the cold rotisserie chicken, which has to be deboned and shredded in order to sell. This is just dumb. We need to pass this amendment.
Would the gentlewoman yield for just a sec?
Sure.
So I think what the ranking member was alluding to is the potential that we're opening up a can of worms here as it applies to other items. But cold rotisserie chicken is already acceptable, number one. So it's not necessarily picking winners and losers. And number two, I think we're not trying to put this in the category of the drive-through at a local fast food establishment. These are places where SNAP is already acceptable for purchases of a cold chicken. And to your point, it's cheaper than buying the chicken and roasting it yourself. So I'm sort of at a loss as well, Mr. Chairman. But I'm going to be a team player, and I'll make the appropriate call on this. But it seems like we have a consensus, and if it's acceptable to buy a whole roasted chicken, which costs more, I don't know how this is going to mess up the score unless there's a scope issue that I'm not aware of that USDA has that, but again, that's kind of why we're here, is to address USDA and get them aligned with what our constituents are asking for.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr.
Let me just provide some clarification. It's not a scoring issue. This is the nature of SNAP, as SNAP is defined. SNAP, as it is today, and as it has been from the beginning, is about food that is purchased, taken home, and prepared. And I think the ranking member did a great job of talking about just the complexity of this. It's an issue that deserves more debate. There really is not a consensus on this, because what about soups? What about everything else? Now, we do have emergency SNAP. Best place I can point to is Puerto Rico during hurricanes. USDA has the authority when people do not have utilities, when they don't have even homes, they're able to use their SNAP benefits at fast food restaurants. But that is emergency SNAP. SNAP as a whole really is, by definition, is food that is purchased and prepared at home. Whether that's good or bad, that's subject to, I think, more debate.
Mr. Chairman, if I may reclaim the last 30 seconds of my time.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the ranking member's point. There is a bill that would do this, the Hot Foods Act, which is a bipartisan bill, which I would encourage any member that supports this general idea of offering hot foods via the SNAP program to support. However, just speaking to the issue of the chicken itself, look, you're looking at a high protein, high value item, easily accessible to families, as Ms. McDonald-Rivet also stated, that many families rely on. And so happy to go either way, but Hot Foods Act of 2025, I think, is a great bill for us all to consider here beyond this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. McGovern's recognized, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this discussion, but one of the things I want to point out to people is that the average SNAP benefit is about $2 per person per meal. And there are people on this committee who voted to even lower that with a close to $200 billion cut in the big ugly bill. So, I mean, for a lot of families, a hot rotisserie chicken or a cold rotisserie chicken or any food, quite frankly, that could feed a family has become a luxury. And it is really frustrating that we are advancing a farm bill where we're talking about all these different foods that should be available, yet people can't afford it. And with the new work requirements and the red tape that have already gone into effect, I think many of you are hearing from your constituents who don't even realize that they've lost their benefit. But $2 per person per meal. I mean, you can't even buy a damn cup of coffee for that here in the Capitol building. And I would just point that out as we move forward here. You know, SNAP is supposed to make sure that people don't go hungry, that there's a food benefit to sustain families, and we have failed miserably in that. And so I hope as we move through this title and we get to the point where we're talking about fixing some of the harmful cuts that were made to this program, that we can get unanimity. I mean, really, how many of you can live on $2 per person per meal? It is unsustainable, and it is a scandal that we're not dealing with that. And I thank the gentleman, and I yield to my colleague, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr.
Dr.
Chairman.
Adams is recognized.
I just wanted to add, you know, we talk about people not having homes and doing hurricanes, but we've got people right now, and some in my district, who living in hotels. They don't have a kitchen to cook or to heat anything. So we had this discussion before about rotisserie chicken. I was just surprised that you couldn't do that. You couldn't buy that. But I do think we have to look at the overall cost of what we're giving people. $2 a meal is certainly not going to do it. But I think we also have to remember that everybody does not have a home like many of us do, where you've got a kitchen and you can go in and you've got a microwave and all those other things. So having that coming out of the store, I think, is a good thing, and we should do it. I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to withdraw this amendment. I think if we're serious about it, we need to go ahead and vote on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. McGovern, it's your time. You go back. I recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you,
5
Mr. Chairman.
minutes.
I very much appreciate my colleague from Arkansas and my colleague from New Mexico and the point that they bring up on this. But I also have to acknowledge the ranking member's point about the nature of the SNAP program and how we do these things. Legislating is about introducing legislation. It's about hearings. It's about thoughtful discussion. It's about working through the details. Sometimes in a markup, flying by the seat of your britches will create more complications on down the road than any of us can imagine because we haven't had the time and the opportunity to thoughtfully think our way through it. There are other protein sources out there who would argue that they should fall within that same category. I'm not opposed to the concept of my friends here. I just don't believe this is the right venue to sort this out and potentially make a rather dramatic change and set off a whole slate of unintended consequences. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would encourage my friends to withdraw their thoughtful amendment and encourage them to work on their legislation in regular order, if that still exists in this place. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The amendment has been withdrawn. I believe that Mr. Vindman has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 98, offered by Mr. Vindman of Virginia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be speaking in favor of an amendment on Afghan special immigrant visas and United for Ukraine SNAP access. As we all know in this committee, one of the travesties of the big ugly bill was its SNAP policies. Specifically, I want to address the policies that took access to SNAP away from our Afghan allies and Ukrainian refugees. Our Afghan allies are not strangers. They are our wartime allies. They stood shoulder to shoulder with us, with American soldiers, and risked their lives to translate for us, to advise us, all while putting targets on their backs and on their families' backs. I wore the uniform of this country for 25 years in the United States Army, and I know that when we say we leave no one behind, we have to mean it. We cannot allow our allies to come to this country and go hungry, for their children to go hungry. That's not the promise of America. I also want to speak about Ukrainian refugees. I came to this country as a refugee from Soviet Ukraine. Our current modern Ukrainian refugees are fleeing a war which we just marked the 5th anniversary of just a few days ago, fleeing from Putin's brutal, illegal, thuggish invasion of our country. They are here because the United States led the free world in standing up to authoritarianism. I will always be grateful to this country for accepting my family, which is why I served 25 years, my twin brother served over 20 years, my older brother served, my wife served, my entire family basically served, because this country gave our family a shot at the American dream. And we have to maintain that dream, make sure it's accessible to every American, and including our allies and those that have fled war-torn parts of the world. I believe that we have to provide the same opportunity so we don't have refugees that have come for shelter in this country go hungry because of our inaction. Let's be clear, none of these people are here illegally. They're here in a legal status. They came the right way under a legal U.S. program and with proper documents. They're integrating and contributing to America the right way. So this isn't about restoring accountability to SNAP or keeping illegal immigrants off of SNAP. This is just cruelty, plain and simple. I want to give my colleagues an opportunity today to right this terrible wrong and support my amendment. My amendment simply restores the status quo for the Afghan special immigrant visa recipients and for the United for Ukraine recipients and gives these folks access to SNAP. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'm going to take the opportunity to just weigh in on this amendment, and then we'll see what other members will seek recognition. Well, actually, Mr. Costa will be next. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing up this amendment. H.R. 1 limited SNAP eligibility to U.S. citizens, green card holders, or legal permanent residents, Cuban and Haitian entrants, or an individual residing in the United States as a result of a compact of free association. Special immigrant holders, or SIVs, are legal permanent residents, or LPRs, under the law. Therefore, as USDA guidance confirms, SIVs remain eligible for SNAP under H.R. 1 once they adjust to the LPR status with no waiting period, including Iraqi and Afghan special immigrants. Certain Ukrainian nationals granted parole status between February 24th, 2022 and September 30th, 2024, and certain Afghan nationals granted parole status between July 31st, 2021 and September 30th, 2023 are also eligible to receive SNAP after adjusting to the LPR status with no waiting period. And for this reason, I will vote no on this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak on behalf of this amendment. And Representative Inman, your opening comments, I think, speak directly toward the amendment. You and your family are a reflection of what America is all about. Immigrants past and immigrants present. And the contributions that you and your family and other immigrants have made over generations are, I think, the secret sauce of America. Many of you know I've been very engaged in supporting the people of Ukraine in their efforts to maintain their sovereignty and fight for their democracy. I've been there multiple times in the last 4 years. I remember clearly, on February 24th, 4 years ago, that there was strong bipartisan accord on what this was all about, specifically in Ukraine. I remember hearing Senator Graham say, Lindsey Graham, that this was clear choice between good versus evil. Good versus evil. 4 years later, I still believe this is about good versus evil, as the Ukrainian people are making progress beyond anyone's thoughts, especially here recently. I think this amendment has merit. I think we need to recognize those refugees, whether they be Ukrainian or whether they be from other parts of the world that have heard the siren call of Lady Statue of Liberty when we think about our history. I think the amendment has merit, and I want to associate with supporting it. And I hope we can come to work this out in some fashion or another, notwithstanding the chairman's comments on the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have multiple combat tours around the world, including a couple to Afghanistan. There was over 6,000 Afghans that were put at Fort McCoy, Wisconsin, of which 0, not 1, 0 were eligible for SIVs, meaning at a minimum they were ambivalent to the American presence in Afghanistan. And unfortunately, I believe many of them were working against us and our allies in that country. So I can't support this amendment due to the fact that the vast majority of the 250,000 plus Afghans that were brought here by President Biden were not vetted. An Afghan national who was vetted shot 2 National Guards men, actually 1 woman, here in the Capitol. That person was vetted to conduct counterterrorism operations, meaning killing the enemy. He was not vetted to come here as an American citizen. So this is a much more nuanced issue than just saying, you know, these guys helped us, because a lot of them didn't, and that's a fact. So I have no issue with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters coming here. I fully acknowledge that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal, but we need to work with DHS to make sure that every single person that comes into this country, especially under the guise of, you know, an SIV when it wasn't warranted, actually gets re-vetted. We just had a terrorist attack in Austin, Texas, by someone that came here, you know, married an American, became an American citizen, divorced her, and then wound up shooting up a nightclub. So to me, this is a national security issue. I do not believe that we should be funding or feeding people that hate us as Americans. So with that, I respect Mr. Vidman's intention, putting this amendment, but I strongly advise my colleagues to vote against it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Riley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, Eugene, you introducing this, and you and your family, I've gotten to know you over the last year, and you're some of the most patriotic folks I know, and I just want to yield the rest of my time to you.
Mr. Vidman is recognized.
Thank you. So just a point of clarification, and I agree with Mr. Van Orden that national security is a paramount interest and priority of mine, and that we need to make sure that the people that come here are properly vetted. Having said that, there are thousands of people that are already here, tens of thousands. And in my district in particular, in Northern Virginia, some of them are my friends and neighbors, and they're here now. Whether they're re-vetted or not, that's fine. We can go through that, have that debate. But while they are here, they ought to be eligible for SNAP benefits. Their families ought to be eligible for SNAP benefits. They ought not to be going hungry. And the second point I'd like to make is that, it's a lot easier to say that they can become legal permanent residents than to get it done. It can take years to become a legal permanent resident, even without a waiting period. As we know, our immigration system is broken. There are massive backlogs. In the meantime, this is about families and potentially children going hungry. And so with both the SIV, the Afghan SIV, and U parole, visa could not, they cannot get SNAP access after HR 1 goes into effect. LPR status isn't just given, and we can't simply let these people go hungry while they wait for LPR status to be approved. And so I urge my colleagues to kind of just recognize the facts on the ground here, that right now, these folks are in a position of losing their SNAP benefits. That means hungry kids, hungry families, and they need a hand up, not a handout, in order to become really productive members of society. I mean, people may disagree with some of the things that I've done, but my family, out of a sense of patriotism, every member of my family served in uniform as a matter of patriotism for this country. So thank you, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For a point of clarification, you explained to us your interpretation and the majority staff interpretation that this amendment was not necessary. Is that correct?
That is correct. As USDA has already issued guidance on this regarding these populations.
I think that's a very strong statement about how we should respond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Vidman's amendment? Seeing none, no further conversation. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Vidman. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have
Chair.
it. Any amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. All right. Other amendments, we are on Title IV, Nutrition. Okay. Ms. McDonald-Rivet is recognized, has a amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 58.
Amendment number 58. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 58, offered by Ms. McDonald-Rivet of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would support one of our country's greatest efforts to eliminate hunger,
put healthy food on families' dinner tables, and support local farmers in the process. So of course I'm talking about GusNIP. For those unfamiliar with the GusNIP program, it provides a dollar-for-dollar match towards SNAP purchases of locally grown fruits and vegetables. In other words, you spend $5 on vegetables at your local farmer's market, and you'll get an additional $5 to spend. I know this is a priority for us, but in particular, Representative Crawford has done to ensure the continuation of this important program, and we appreciate it. While I plan to withdraw this amendment today, I want to underscore the need for increased investment in programs that help low-income families access healthy food while also supporting our local farmers. The Farm Bill continues GusNIP and the programs it supports, including double-up food bucks, but a flat renewal is simply not good enough, not while families are facing higher grocery prices every single day. Programs like double-up food bucks are working. With GusNIP, families are buying more fresh produce, helping to feed healthy families, and supporting our local farmers. It's a common sense win for working families and farmers, and exactly the kind of investment we need more of. So I'll continue to push so that our level of investment in the program matches the challenges of rising costs on the ground. And I hope that we can get something across the finish line this Congress. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank the gentlelady. Let me weigh in here. Well, first of all, to say thank you for offering this amendment. GusNIP program is really important to me as a former chair of the Nutrition Subcommittee and a strong supporter of GusNIP, which incentivizes the purchase of fruits and vegetables and SNAP. But it was honestly the budgetary constraints. Because of that, it wasn't possible to include this language in the Farm Food and National Security Act 2026. That said, there is good news, though. I'm proud, however, that we were able to, within this bill, strengthen this program by improving year-round availability of incentives through the use of all forms of produce and by waiving the federal match requirements in persistent poverty counties, which is an incredible next step. So I look forward to continuing to work with you on further ways that we can continue to bolster this program. So the amendment is withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, I was going to...
Please, go ahead. Mr.
Yeah, no, I just want to commend Ms. McDonald-Rivet for her amendment. Look, you know, some of us have been around long enough. We worked on the reauthorization of GusNIP back in 2018. And I think those of us who are familiar with the program know how impactful and how important the program is. And I can't, for the life of me, understand why it's been so controversial to increase funding for the program to help SNAP recipients purchase more fruits and vegetables. I mean, produce is expensive. I mean, that's just the reality. And GusNIP helps double the purchasing power of SNAP to ensure that families have access to fruits and vegetables. It also helps to fund very successful produce prescription programs, which again are important to helping Americans eat more nutritiously. GusNIP is not only good for SNAP recipients, but it's also especially good for our farmers. You know, and we hear a lot of talk about fiscal responsibility on this committee all the time, but let me just point out the obvious. If people are eating more nutritious foods, if people are eating more fresh fruits and vegetables, they're healthier. We control healthcare costs. We control other costs as a result of that. And so, you know, we should be more aggressively supporting this program, investing in this program. Again, it's good for not only individuals on SNAP, it's good for our farmers. And quite frankly, more of the discussion that we are having on the Farm Bill ought to focus in on that. How do we improve the quality of people's lives in a meaningful way? And GusNIP does that. And so I thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment and for calling attention to this important issue, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentlelady from Maine for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Michigan for introducing this. It's often an underutilized program, an understood one. I mean, certainly not underutilized in our states, but it's not well understood at times, the huge benefits of GusNIP and what an important revolution this was for the SNAP benefit program. And I just want to echo what others have said. There are so many metrics available that show, particularly for young people, but families overall, the opportunity to get fresh fruits and vegetables in the diet makes a huge difference in child development, And it really helps to reduce so many of the associated diseases, whether it's obesity, diabetes, heart conditions, high blood pressure. So many things are changed if you have enough fresh fruits and vegetables in your diet. And the very idea that we have not increased funding here, as the sponsor of this amendment said, is really falling behind. I know in my state, this is a greatly appreciated program, way oversubscribed, and really makes a huge difference in so many people's lives. And I just want to put it in the context of this title that we're working on today. You know, we're going to have a lot of different ways to talk about SNAP, and I know my Republican colleagues have said some things about how they understand the value of this program and the important benefit, but let's remember that in the big ugly bill, this program was cut tremendously. So the funding isn't there going into the future that people will need. We've heard about the fact that it's only $6 a day. There's not enough money there for people to be able to afford fresh and healthy foods. And so putting it into this program is just a really critical way to do it. One other point I want to make is this administration has really touted their MAHA agenda, and I've been pleased to work with many of the people who support MAHA on issues like this, the idea of fresh and healthy food or removing toxics from our environment, and you'll hear more from me on amendments that come up later about the toxic side of this and how we remove toxics from our food. But on this side, there's a lot of talk about getting rid of ultra-processed foods, about taking food dyes out of our food, and a whole variety of other ways to make food healthy. But the fact is, if you don't have enough money, you depend on ultra-processed food. That's just the way it is. There aren't cheap other alternatives here, and a lot of people turn to ultra-processed food, to lots of starches. We've got a new food pyramid that's being much touted, again, by this administration. I think we need to bring these philosophies together, and if we really want to be supporters of making sure people are healthier going into the future, if we really want to take on this agenda of food is medicine, that eating a good diet keeps you from spending later on health care costs, we have to embrace programs like this. So I'm really disappointed to see our priorities around this. We're going to talk a lot about the priorities around SNAP benefits, but I think this is the committee where we have the opportunity to really deal with American nutrition. So I wish we were putting more money into this. I wholeheartedly support this amendment, and I hope we will take this into consideration. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment which has been withdrawn? Let me just, before we move on, let me just say, just a reminder with comments I made, we have invested in this. We've tried to do it in a budget neutral way in terms of providing incentives year round, and also taking away the federal cost share, having to have the federal match for certain high poverty counties. So recognizing the importance of that. Any members have seek to be recognized for an additional amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment number 30.
Ms. Brown is recognized. Has an amendment at the desk. Which amendment number?
Number 30.
Number
Amendment.
30.
Amendment number 30, offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
Very good. The I now recognize while the amendment will be considered as read, I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment strikes the cruel expansion of work requirements that we saw included in H.R. 1, a change used to pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. Now, let me remind everyone that this partisan expansion forced seniors, parents with teenagers, veterans, homeless individuals, and those aging out of our foster care system to jump through work and more paperwork requirements to receive basic food benefits. This particular change targeted our most vulnerable neighbors, all to pay for tax cuts. Tax cuts. I've said this before, but given what we are seeing in the legislation today, it is clear it bears repeating. SNAP is not a jobs program. It is a food program. And I'm not really sure if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would care if it were a job program because we used to have those. And this administration slashed the funding for those at every turn. And since this policy has already been rolled out, mind you, during a government shutdown when this administration weaponized once again the benefits and hunger of our neighbors, we know the effects of this. We know because we have seen that this policy has not created new jobs. It has created new barriers. More red tape, more paperwork. And what does that lead to? Well, I'm glad you asked. More hungry seniors, more hungry veterans, more hungry foster kids. This policy has not made our country safer, our borders more secure, or children healthier. It's also worth noting that these new requirements were rolled out without any effort to boost job readiness. No expanded job opportunities or investments in childcare, transportation, or workforce training. Instead of investing in pathways to work, they choose to punish families, seniors, veterans, and people who have fallen on hard times. So, my amendment here is a chance to course correct. For my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to acknowledge that work requirements don't work and that SNAP program is not a jobs program, but an anti-hunger program. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to the ranking member.
The ranking member is recognized for the remaining time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. This amendment would undo the harmful changes in H.R. 1 that would expand SNAP's harsh time limit, which only allows someone to receive SNAP for 3 months once every 3 years if they can't work, can't find work, or can't find enough work. We need this amendment to pass, and to pass now. Without it, millions of Americans, including 800,000 older adults, 300,000 veterans, homeless individuals, and former foster youth, and more than 1 million people living in communities without enough jobs, are expected to lose their food assistance entirely starting this month. Many Americans can't find work, enough work, or work that pays enough in this economy. Ensuring that they focus on job searching, skill building, training, earning their GED, while still being able to feed themselves and their families should be an obvious yes. I encourage all members to vote in support of this important amendment. Thank you, and I yield back to my colleague.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield. Oh,
Yield back. Mr.
I'm
Scott from Georgia.
I'm sorry. Were you yielding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Scott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment, and I want to read to you from the law that we passed, and these are the exceptions to the work requirements. Now, the ranking member just told you that 800,000 older adults, is the way she put it, would be removed from the SNAP rolls. Just the facts. If you're over 65 years of age, you're exempt from the work requirements that we passed. I want to say that again. If you're over 65 years of age, you're exempt from the work requirements in H.R. 1. This is the way it reads. Paragraph 2 shall not apply to an individual if the individual is under 18 or over 65 years of age, medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment. So if you can't work, you're exempt from the work requirements. A parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age. It goes on from there. Pregnant women are exempt from the work requirements. So, I mean, the changes that we made were good changes to the program. They put integrity back in the program. We have plenty of money in this country to take care of people who can't work, but no country has enough money to take care of people who simply choose not to work. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the rein to my time.
I appreciate yielding.
To the chair.
I think calling this work requirements really is a disservice. Not that work is a bad thing. Work is about dignity, obviously. But there are 3 options, and let's admit that. For individuals, you just heard a great overview of what the law really is, of who it pertains to. But if there are 2 other options other than working a minimum of 40 hours, I believe it's 20 hours a month. Yeah. One is to be engaged in some type of SNAP employment and career and technical education that we pay for. We invest in those families because, the help to pull them out of poverty. And so, education is, now that may not work for everybody. I get work might not work for everybody in terms of depending on where you choose to live or where you do live and what's in your area. But the third one applies to everyone. I don't know a community that would not benefit somewhere from a volunteer. And quite frankly, volunteering an average of 20 hours a month qualifies you to continue with SNAP. And so let's be very clear. I know the focus and the wording is on work requirements, but it really is, the requirements are threefold. It's work, it's volunteer, or I'll be honest with you, my favorite, as someone who leads on career and technical education and the Education Workforce Committee, it's helping people find some career and technical education, which, by the way, could be online. Something they could do from the comfort of their own home in terms of developing in-demand skills. And I yield back, and I recognize Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I yield back to Mr. Scott.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. McGovern's recognized.
Well, I want to thank you for reading us the law. We know what the law says. Thank you very much. And so a 64-year-old worker who gets laid off, tell them no food. That's great. And I want to thank Ms. Brown for bringing up this amendment. Look, at thousands of people in my home state of Massachusetts are about to lose access to SNAP because Republicans voted to give their SNAP benefits and their SNAP dollars to multimillionaires and billionaires. But that's just a fact. Veterans, families with teenage kids, older adults, teens aging out of foster care, homeless people are all about to get notice that they don't have money for food this month. 4 out of 5 SNAP households include a child, elderly person, or a person with a disability. The vast majority of SNAP recipients who can work actually do work. They do work. And nearly 75% of adults participating in SNAP worked within a year of receiving benefits. And we have study after study after study telling us that time limits do not improve employment or earning outcomes for recipients. So this is not about work. This is not about work. It's about Republicans not giving a damn about hungry people in this country. There isn't a work crisis in SNAP. The real crisis is that people are working in minimum wage jobs and they cannot afford to feed their families. I mentioned before, the average benefit is about $2 per person per meal. We actually reduced that benefit from the time of COVID. And if this Congress were serious about promoting work, we'd be talking about strengthening and expanding work training programs, and we'd be talking about increasing the minimum wage so that no person who works lives in poverty. I mean, more and more people are enrolling in SNAP who are working full-time, and for some reason that doesn't seem to bother anybody on the other side. I mean, you want to tell veterans living in poverty, looking for a job, go volunteer? I mean, I love the description that my friends kind of paint of people who are on SNAP. They all fit into these nice, neat categories. Life is very simple, but the reality is life is very complicated. And some of the people who we are punishing through these work requirements, and by the way, I hate to use the word work requirements. I mean, they're basically efforts to try to throw people off the program. Some of these people have had difficult lives, complicated lives. They've served our country. And I get, so it doesn't apply to people over 65, but again, try to be 64-year-old people looking for work. It's not easy. It's not, and it's difficult. So, this already has caused great confusion and concern and hardship all throughout the country. And we haven't even gotten to the nearly $200 billion in cuts that are coming down the road. So I support Ms. Brown's amendment. I think this is a good amendment. And I think that this was put into this big ugly bill in a way that wasn't given a lot of thought and not a lot of consideration. I think it's cruel, and I'm seeing it in practice. And I think if you're listening to your constituents, you're hearing from them right now. This isn't working nicely and neatly the way you describe it. With that, I'll yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. I want to support this amendment as well, and thank Ms. Brown for bringing it forward. This new SNAP work requirement creates more red tape, not more jobs. Most recipients already work and they're seeking work, but economic conditions and a slowly labor market make steady employment harder. Job openings have fallen to 6.5 million, highlighting the gap between stricter SNAP requirements and available work. These mandates increase administrative costs and paperwork for states. And my county was in to talk to me just about that about a week ago, much of which lack the staff. They don't have the staff, they don't have the resources to manage the expanded compliance. Republicans' One Big Ugly Bill made this worse, forcing states to absorb 25% more in SNAP administrative costs. When states can't keep up, families lose access to food, not because they won't work, but because of bureaucratic hurdles. Striking these provisions protects families and prevents costly unfunded mandates on states. I support this amendment. I hope we would support it, and I'll yield back to the gentleman.
All right, seeing no further speakers on the amendment, the chair is opposed to the amendment.
Well, I will say this, Mr. Chairman. It's clear that my colleagues are not serious about improving this bill in a meaningful way for families, and so with that, I will withdraw my amendment.
All right. Chairman Thompson stepped out for just a second, and we'll find out whose amendment are we taking next. Whose amendment are we taking next?
I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, we'll take Ms. Hayes' amendment.
It's number Hayes 28.
Ms. Hayes is recognized for 5 minutes.
Amendment number 28 offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
Thank you. Last year, this committee considered H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill, which cut SNAP by $187 billion to give tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans in our country. Republicans have gutted the most effective anti-hunger program in the United States, which will have unforeseen consequences for generations. In the wealthiest country on earth, hunger is a policy choice. One analysis found that H.R. 1 will reduce income for the poorest 20% of Americans by an average of 3.8%, while increasing income for the wealthiest 20% by 3.7%. My amendment is simple. It would repeal the SNAP cuts in H.R. 1 and restore full benefits to the 42 million Americans who rely on the program for food assistance. H.R. 1 expanded work requirements for older Americans and parents with children, prohibited the USDA from reevaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, eliminated the ability for families to use SNAP participation as an indicator for energy assistance programs or broadband assistance, which would be required for the jobs the chairman just talked about, and created a massive unfunded mandate on state governments. We had heard directly from states that have said the cost share and administrative costs may force them to opt out of the SNAP program entirely. These drastic cuts have hurt the farmers, ranchers, and producers who grow food, the small business owners who accept EBT dollars, and the grocers who serve our communities. Farmers stand to lose $24 billion over the next decade as household food purchases decline. Within 6 months, as participants lose SNAP, small grocers could see sales decline by as much as 6.7%. My amendment is based on my legislation, the Restoring Food Security for American Families and Farmers Act, which has the support of 202 members of the House of Representatives and the endorsement of over 1,400 organizations. SNAP benefits are modest, averaging only $6.20 per person per day, or $2 per person per meal. The benefits of SNAP are highly targeted to focus on those with the greatest need. 92% of SNAP benefits go to households with incomes below the poverty line, and 54% go to households at or below half of the poverty line. At a time when grocery prices are rising and the tariffs are increasing costs for families and farmers, we should be restoring SNAP and expanding access. To say that I am disappointed with this farm bill that we are considering today is an understatement. This is a Republican wish list with no real desire to secure the bipartisan support needed to pass through the House or the Senate. We voted on a farm bill last year that they couldn't even get to the floor because it didn't have the support of their own caucus. The United States should prioritize feeding its own people over funding foreign military engagements. I will take every opportunity to roll back the cuts in H.R. 1, and I implore all my colleagues to support my amendment. We need to feed people, not a war machine. And with that, I yield back.
I'm sorry. All right. Chair now recognizes Ms. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Congresswoman Hayes, for your leadership on the Nutrition and Foreign Ag Subcommittee, for your steadfast work on behalf of hungry people across our great nation. I wholeheartedly support this amendment to restore SNAP food assistance because no matter how Republicans try to spin it, cutting SNAP by $187 billion has already resulted in hundreds of thousands of Americans having their food assistance either cut or taken away. Keeping these cuts in place will result in millions more Americans, including seniors, children, veterans, having their food assistance reduced at a time when food costs are already unaffordable for way too many Americans. Further, in county-administered states like Minnesota, property owners, whether they're homeowners or business owners, will see their taxes increase as a result of the Republicans' unfunded mandate in SNAP costs in the big, beautiful bill. Republicans will shake their heads and mutter, "Not true." I've heard it all day already today, but these facts are not debatable. A recent headline by Minnesota Public Radio reads, "Thousands of Minnesotans to be kicked off SNAP due to new eligibility requirements." Eligibility requirements is code for additional paperwork and red tape that Republicans bury hardworking Americans in to make accessing food assistance too complicated, too restrictive, or too time-consuming. The vast majority of our nation's wealth is already concentrated in the pockets of a handful of wealthy elites. The big, beautiful bill cuts SNAP to pay for additional tax breaks for the ultra-rich while taking food away from parents, grandparents, and disabled people. You know, over the last several hours, we've heard that everything has to be cost-neutral in this markup today. Well, I can tell you what was not cost-neutral. It was the big, beautiful bill, and the benefit went to the ultra-wealthy. The income disparity in this country only continues to grow, and we wonder why our constituents are pissed off at the government. It's because we are failing them as a government. We are failing them because we keep making policy that favors the ultra-wealthy in this nation. And so, folks, today we have an opportunity, my colleagues, to right this wrong, to say to the American people, we hear you, we feel you, at a time when food costs continues to rise, at a time when overnight, because of wars of choice, gas prices go up 16 cents overnight. People cannot afford their lives in this nation. And that is just an increasing fact every single day, and Republican policy is only making this worse. We are here to mark up a so-called farm bill, which is kind of ridiculous as I sit here and think about this. This is not a 5-year, 12-title farm bill. This is a jigsaw puzzle that Republicans have tried to piece together when Democrats have been willing to negotiate in good faith an actual bipartisan farm bill. $187 billion in cuts. That's what we did to Title IV, what you did to Title IV through reconciliation. And now you expect us to sit here and mark up a bill that is a shell of what this country's family farmers and our constituents deserve. For some of us, this is your first farm bill markup. For all of us, it could likely be our last, because by decimating the nutrition title of the Farm Bill, by splitting the food and farm programs apart, as Republicans have done in this process, you have destroyed the Farm Bill coalition. The Farm Bill coalition has been key to passing every bipartisan farm bill in modern history. And that was only possible because farmers and families both benefited from this bill. The bill before us today, which continues the SNAP cuts, increases hunger in America could very well be the last farm bill in the traditional sense of the word. This next go-round were the last remaining pieces where bipartisan consensus could be forged and policy could be hashed out to rural America, and every community in this country could be declared dead. We could be driving the last nail in the coffin of this coalition today. So I would urge my colleagues, including my Republican colleagues, to vote yes on this amendment. Restore food assistance for hungry Americans, but also restore hope in the future of bipartisan farm bills. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I've got Mr. McGovern, Ms. Davis. I did not see who had their hand up first. I'm sorry. Do you know? Mr. McGovern, then I'll just go down the roster. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank Representative Hayes for her leadership on this. This is important. I mean, this is one of the most important amendments that we're going to consider today. This gives us a chance to fix a wrong that, quite frankly, should never have occurred to begin with. In July, Republicans made the largest cut to food assistance in American history. In American history. Gutting SNAP to pay for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. That's what it was. That's what the big ugly bill was. You know, tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, and we got SNAP by close to $200 billion. The result, you saved Jeff Bezos about $8 billion on Amazon's tax bill and took a couple of $100 per month for food away from hungry families. Every single Republican on this committee who voted for that disastrous bill should be ashamed of yourselves. And this is an opportunity to make up for that vote. Hunger is a political condition. I mean, we have the money, we have the resources, we have the food to end it. To end it. And by the way, if you end hunger, as I pointed out before, you know, you also save a lot of money. People who have access to food on a regular basis, to good food, are healthier. You know, we lower medical costs. Kids who go to school who are not hungry learn better. Workers who are not hungry are more productive in the workplace. You know, senior citizens, by the way, who are hungry, who take their medication on an empty stomach, end up in an emergency room. So, I mean, the idea that ending hunger is just some kind of nice thing to do, you know, and that's it. It's more than that. It's more than that. Hunger in this country is getting worse. It's getting worse, not better, because of your awful policies that are pushing people deeper and deeper into poverty. We have 48 million people who do not know where their next meal is coming from. 48 million people in the richest country in the history of the world. I mean, and this bill doesn't do one damn thing to help them. We have an opportunity to change that reality with Ms. Hayes' amendment. This amendment is an opportunity for Republicans to undo the wrong that was committed in the big ugly bill. You can vote for this amendment right now to restore SNAP as it was before the big ugly bill. Again, I'm puzzled that so much attention is given to finding ways to enrich the rich in the legislation that comes to the floor. I mean, there isn't a tax cut or tax break for wealthy interests or big corporations that my friends don't want to embrace. But when it comes to making sure that people have enough to eat, by the way, as we mentioned before, increasingly the people who are going on SNAP right now are working families. They're doing everything right. They're working, just like you want them to. They're working. They don't earn enough to be able to feed themselves and their families. There's something wrong with that. We have an opportunity to change that equation. And I hope my friends will join with all of us and support Ms. Hayes' amendment. It is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I again want to remind the American citizens that if you're under 18 or over 65 years of age, you're exempt from the changes that we made. If you're medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment, you're exempt from the changes we made. If you are a parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age, you're exempt from the changes that we made. If you're a pregnant woman, you're exempt from the changes that we made. And I want you to know that even after all of the changes that we made, SNAP benefits, the current baseline, or over 70% of total Farm Bill spending still go to SNAP benefits. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize Ms. Davids for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Kansas has a proud legacy of leadership on bipartisan farm bills, with former Senators Bob Dole and Pat Roberts being key to holding together the coalition of farm and nutrition stakeholders that has carried every previous farm bill across the finish line. In 1977, Senator Dole played a pivotal role in ensuring the Farm Bill included provisions guaranteeing access to nutritious foods for all Americans. Now this committee addresses a farm bill for the first time since the Republicans' budget bill passed historic cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, last year. The budget bill has torn apart a vital coalition of farm and nutrition stakeholders. The Farm Bill is incredibly important to the folks who grow our food and feed our families. However, the historic cuts to SNAP jeopardize the path forward for this bill and future farm bills. I support this amendment to reverse SNAP cuts. In my district alone, more than 8,000 households depend on SNAP to put food on the table, all while keeping our agricultural economy moving by ensuring that people can buy Kansas-grown foods. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment and restore the traditional Farm Bill coalition that has been responsible for every previous farm bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Mr. Kuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment to restore the $187 billion in SNAP cuts included in the big, ugly bill. Because if we continue down this path, the story of this farm bill will be defined as much by what isn't in it as by what is. And what isn't in it anymore is food. Food taken off the plates of hungry Americans. Let's be honest about what $187 billion means. That money didn't just disappear on paper. It came out of grocery carts, it came off kitchen tables, it came out of family budgets already stretched to the breaking point. It's like serving a meal and taking away the piece of chicken, leaving only the broccoli, the tortilla, and one other side, and calling it enough. Families know that's not enough. Kids know that's not enough. Seniors know that's not enough. Veterans know that's not enough. Working individuals know that's not enough, and hunger certainly knows the difference. In Hawaii alone, more than 165,000 people rely on SNAP. Working families, seniors, veterans, and children. The average benefit is about $346 per person per month. That's not luxury, that's not even supplemental. That's basic survival. SNAP doesn't just feed families. It supports farmers, grocers, truckers, and rural communities. Every dollar generates up to $1.80 in economic activity. It keeps communities strong. It keeps families together. Yet this bill cuts food assistance while shifting new costs onto states and local communities already struggling to keep up. So I ask my colleagues, look at what we've left off of people's plates. Look at what isn't there. Look at what isn't in this bill. Look at how much you've already taken away. And ask yourselves, is this a farm bill meant to sustain America or one that's meant to starve it? Because this amendment gives us a chance to correct course. Restore these funds, protect families, cancel those cuts, and make sure this farm bill lives up to its promise to feed America. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now pleased to recognize Ms. Salinas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had agricultural groups and nutrition groups come into my office, and what I have to tell them is we did not prioritize rural America in this farm bill. We had a chance in the last Congress to actually bring a really strong bipartisan bill to the American people, and we didn't. And I know many of us in this room really urged, even in the lame duck session, to move something, and it didn't happen. But we continued to work, and I continued to talk with my advocates and constituents back home, and what I told them is, this will be a priority. I promise you, this will be a priority because Republicans are in control, and they know who brought them to the dance. And President Trump knows who brought him to the dance. It was rural America. And what ended up happening? Instead of right out of the gate working on a farm bill, we put Americans in debt an additional $4 trillion. So Jeff Bezos could throw himself a $50 million wedding. Meanwhile, people are going hungry, farmers don't have protection for their crops, and what we are seeing put on states is astronomical. The state of Oregon will see an administrative cost shift of about $150 million every 2 years now. Seniors, veterans, children in my district will go hungry. And right now, about 83% of SNAP households in Oregon includes someone who is working. So this myth about people who need additional supplemental nutrition is just that. It is a myth. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Mr. Vasquez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand today in full support of this amendment. Before coming to Congress, I had the pleasure of serving on the board of my local food pantry, Casa de Peregrinos in Las Cruces, New Mexico, for many years. It's something that my mom does today in her retirement. And I want to give folks a picture of what that $187 billion in exemptions actually looks like on the ground. Food pantries and soup kitchens like El Caldito and Casa de Peregrinos are struggling every day to give New Mexicans the food that they ask for when they come and get in line, oftentimes waiting hours just to get a hot meal. They're hosting fundraisers in the community, asking other people of moderate to low incomes to give what they can, to donate food. I go to my local barber shop, and for the last year, the cans that are in those donation boxes remain empty, but the call for food remains strong. And so switching this burden from these exemptions to the states and to individuals and to the nonprofit communities doesn't eliminate hunger. It doesn't magically put people back to work. It forces that cost burden on our communities. And in a state like New Mexico, where we don't have a lot of money to begin with, we're all pitching in to feed our communities. We're raising money on the streets to feed people. These are devastating decisions that were made in H.R. 1 that are made today by Americans at the cash register. To my colleagues who have gone shopping, who go shopping in their local grocery stores or even here in Washington, D.C., I'm sure that you've had a customer in line in front of you who's had to put several food items back because they can't afford it, or who has to pull out a roll of about a dozen coupons just to be able to get the food that they need. And you see that they may have a child in tow, and that they ask that child to put a candy bar back or to put food back because they can't afford it. This is what this cut means to Americans. It's not just about exemptions. It is about people. It is about communities coming together. It is about the poor feeding the poor in states like New Mexico, and Americans helping each other any way they can. Meanwhile, as of today, $1.8 billion has been spent on the conflict in Iran. That's what, 18 times what we're asking for here to just restore food to Americans. I think that should be an easy and a moral choice for us. And so I rise to fully support this amendment, and I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. Recognize Dr. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of this amendment. Cutting SNAP by $187 billion has already resulted in hundreds of thousands of Americans having their food assistance taken away. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that at least 4 million Americans will see their benefits cut significantly or lose access to SNAP entirely. Well, we're talking about seniors and families and with children and veterans. Food costs are increasing, and these cuts are taking food out of the mouths of babies. It's shameful. Now, you want to make America healthy again? Well, you can't be healthy if you're hungry. And that's less money for people to spend at grocery stores and local farmers markets. Farmers need customers. Families need food. This program links the two. In my state of North Carolina alone, more than 9,000 individuals and families filed for bankruptcy last year, an 11.4% increase. Across the country, farm bankruptcies rose 46% in 2025, and USDA says that 15,000 farms were lost last year alone. When both farm bankruptcies and family bankruptcies are rising, that's a clear warning sign. Something isn't working. So let's repeal the SNAP cuts from this one big ugly bill. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I support this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Gentlelady from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent Maryland's 6th District in Western Maryland with many of our farmers and a lot of rural parts of our state. But in Maryland, our Governor Wes Moore and many of us believe that no one should be left behind. It is something that is part of our ethos, and we are feeling that with so many in our rural communities are being left behind and are hungry. It's striking to think that just a few months ago, we sat in this very room late into the night voting on a bill that proposed a $3 billion cut to food assistance. That was my first markup in Congress. That night was quiet. Today, the debate is much louder and more spirited. And this time, all of our heads are up. And to me, that is distinct. That matters. I very much support this amendment, which will repeal all the SNAP cuts included in H.R. 1. That big, ugly bill ultimately cut $187 billion from food assistance, a far cry from the $300 billion my colleagues voted to advance from this very room less than a year ago. Now, not much has changed over the past year. We are still fighting over the same bottom line. What has changed is the reality facing the people who rely on these programs. Many of the people in my district who are on SNAP do work. They just can't make it on a big box retail job. And more are going hungry. In fact, 1 in 9 constituents in my district, half of them children, are on SNAP. And what has also changed in the SNAP paperwork requirements have grown much harsher, affecting families with children 14 and older, older Americans, former foster youth, veterans, and people experiencing homelessness. What has also changed is that households that had previously qualified for low-income home energy assistance program payments no longer automatically receive a standard utility allowance. This cuts their benefits by an estimated $100 to $125 per month. What has also changed is that 27,000 grocery stores that serve large shares of SNAP recipients are now at financial risk, particularly in the rural parts of my district. Yet my colleagues chose to cut SNAP by $187 billion and then pass a farm bill that restores not a single dollar. So from Allegheny to Montgomery County, Maryland, you are denying producers serious revenues by slashing these funds. With this, we leave behind 400,000 agricultural jobs that SNAP supports and $1.50 in economic activity for every dollar spent. How can we justify this when farm bankruptcies are up 46%, USDA revised farm income down $25 billion, and where 15,000 farms were lost in 2025 alone? Cutting SNAP hurts families, farmers, and our entire community. And it specifically is hurting the rural parts of my district, specifically our elderly and those who are most left behind from rifts in our government and through our contractors and elsewhere. This kind of change is dangerous, and it started here. We cannot turn a blind eye. We can solve this problem. We must solve this problem. I do want to thank Rep. Hayes for her tireless work for food insecurity, for our families, and for her leadership in our Farm Bill Coalition, and so many of my Democratic colleagues who every day try to further this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. She yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Ms. Hayes for the work on this amendment, and I just want to remind folks that no matter how many times you read the legislation or how slowly you do it, it does not change the impact. The impact supersedes your intentions, and the CBO says that 800,000 older adults through age 64 will lose SNAP. That is a fact. So with that, I just want to say that I support this legislation, and I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Representative Brown. I want to just thank all of my Democratic colleagues for standing up and supporting this amendment, which is very different than a few months ago during the government shutdown when we saw Republicans and Democrats alike talking about the importance of SNAP in their community. We saw the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, do several press conferences committing to fully funding SNAP and how important the program was. And now all of a sudden we're back here and mum is the word when it's time to stand up for people who are hungry, quite frankly. We've heard over and over about how this legislation will exempt people who are over 65, but it doesn't exempt people who are disabled. It doesn't exempt our veterans. It doesn't provide the exemptions for work requirements in communities that may be experiencing particular hardships. Many of the thing that I've said this many times before that is particularly egregious to me is that when families receive SNAP, their kids are also categorically eligible for free or reduced school meals. So now not only are we taking away food from kids at home, this legislation takes away food from kids at school. And you can, analyze it, talk about it. Like Ms. Brown said, the impact is recognized. When you are in a school and you have to try to collect paperwork and try to reach out to families to make sure that kids don't lose benefits, that is not anything we're talking about here on this committee. So I don't want to hear about, it's super easy, all these people are exempt, they could work online. Again, as I mentioned in my opening, people who receive SNAP assistance would also be eligible for reduced broadband assistance. So it just sets up a ripple effect where all of these things are taken away and someone can't even stand on their own 2 feet. It's really interesting because, as Mr. McGovern says, this is framed as, people high on the hog living a lifetime of benefits. What it does not acknowledge is that there are many people who are working, who are the working poor, who are just not making enough to get by. I've said on this committee many times, I was a college student working 3 jobs, and still qualified for benefits. And at the point where I graduated, I went back and worked in my community and taught in my community and gave back to my community. So it was just intermittent while I was trying to stand on my own 2 feet, which is the story of so many Americans. I wish we had even the opportunity to have this kind of a robust debate when we're talking about allocating money for foreign wars. We don't even want to have a vote on that. We don't even want to talk about that. But when it comes time to feeding people at home, when it comes time to helping out Americans, we have obstacle after obstacle and pushback after pushback. I would remind everybody in the room and anybody watching, go back to a few months ago. Listen to some of the comments that my Republican colleagues made about SNAP and how important it was to all of their congressional districts. Go back and look at the tweets and the videos of them visiting food banks and food pantries and telling people how committed they were to helping them. How quickly they forget when it's time to come back here and actually do the work of funding these programs. I once again thank my colleagues. I urge you all to support this legislation, and even if it fails today in this committee, I urge you all to continue working with me to help roll back these cuts and feed our most vulnerable communities in this country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Figures from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Hayes. I applaud you for invoking the sentiment of a famous poet that we all know who once said that we have money for wars but can't feed the poor. I represent a district that is in Alabama, a place I know most people in here have probably never visited. The individual median income in my district, if you hear me speak, you hear me speak on this quite a bit. Individual median income in my district is just north of $32,000. And for the mathematicians in the House, you know that means that 50% of the wage earners in my district make less
than that number. So over half of the wage earners in my district earn less than $33,000. You back out from that number rent, you back out from that number gas, you back out from that number a water bill, power bill, an internet bill, if you have internet in your area. You back out from that healthcare expenses, you back out from that child care expenses, you're not left with much because we still haven't backed out food. And so what that leads to in my district is an environment where about 1 in 4 households rely on SNAP benefits. 1 in 4. It's one of the highest rates in this nation. The income in my district is one of the lowest in this nation. And so, you know, in growing up in Alabama, one thing is clear that I'm sure you see in Connecticut and North Carolina, Massachusetts, and Michigan, and all of the states represented by us on this committee, is that poor people don't like being poor. Poor people don't like being poor. It's not something that they enjoy. You know, it is for most of the people that I've encountered, you know, it is a very humbling, to some embarrassing feeling to need government assistance. It's not something that people take pride in. And so, you know, I believe we have an obligation here to make sure that we stand up for people. We stand up for humanity, that we do what is necessary to make sure that people in the richest country that this world has ever known, to make sure that they can have the bare minimum to eat. And let's be honest, SNAP does not even provide the bare minimum to eat. We're talking $6 a day. $6 a day is what we're talking about. And I can't lose sight of that fact. You know, when I came to Congress, like most of you here, I took a vow to not forget where I came from. And I didn't grow up on SNAP, but I certainly grew up around a hell of a lot of people who did. And I represent a hell of a lot of people who still are. And most, if not all, of those people strive to get off of it. They don't want to be there. You can't take SNAP benefits and put them in a bank. You can't invest SNAP benefits. SNAP benefits are spent at a local grocery store, which I think is something that's that has gotten lost in large part in this debate. All of the data, I've not heard any contrary data that suggests that the SNAP benefits to the local economy are staggering, almost 2 to 1. And that's not money that is just going anywhere. That's going to grocery stores, which ultimately filters down to the farmers and the producers that we have a responsibility to make sure we're taking care of with this farm bill. There's a reason SNAP benefits are connected to the farm bill, because when it all trickles back down, it all starts in a field, or it all starts on a ranch somewhere. And so I think, you know, being on this committee, we have an obligation not just to protect the hungry, but to protect the producers, the farmers as well. And by making these cuts, we do neither. And so, you know, I don't look at the world through rose-colored goggles. We know the realities of where this is going to land, but we cannot sit here and not fight and not offer the opportunity, or not seek to take advantage of the opportunity to undo what we have seen. My district needs it. Many of your districts need it, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. And I just urge people to not forget about those people that rely on SNAP, who genuinely do not want to be there. And I urge support of this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Recognized gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And John, I got to say, every time I hear you tell your own personal story on this, I just find it so inspiring. How you grew up working so hard, became Teacher of the Year, and I really appreciate you offering this amendment. 1 in 5 households that I represent are on SNAP, and I'll tell you, Shamari's right. These are just hardworking families. A lot of them have fallen on really tough times. All they want to do is feed their kids, man. Like, this is just like parents who want to make sure their kids are getting fed. And if you want to go after the grifters,
You want to root out the grift in this thing? Stop giving tax breaks to Wall Street. You got people getting tax breaks who have more money than entire rural towns that I represent. And they're exploiting all the tax loopholes that y'all have written for them over the years. They're hiding their money in the tax shelters that the lobbyists and the lawyers built for them. They're paying lower tax rates than the janitors who are cleaning the elementary school, if they're paying taxes at all. They're buying up all of our houses. They're buying up all of our utility companies so that they can squeeze more money out of the folks who can least afford it. And Congress decides that the people who need to be punished and pay more are poor families on SNAP. I'd say you were balancing the budget on the backs of the working class, but you're not even balancing the budget. You got poor families in Walton and Monticello, and they just want their kids to get fed. And Congress is around here deciding they're the ones who have to pay more and get punished. So a bunch of grifters on Wall Street have more wealth than the entire middle class combined can do better. It's no wonder hardly anybody back home trusts this place when you pull stuff like this. So I'm going to support this amendment, and Joanna, thanks again for introducing it.
Gentleman yields. Recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of Representative Hayes' amendment. It is deeply frustrating to see that after 9 months, the majority has shown little concern in stopping the big, ugly bill's $187 billion cut to SNAP. This farm bill does nothing to stop, even mitigate the harms that H.R. 1 will inflict. In California alone, more than 500,000 people are at risk of losing critical food assistance through SNAP. Let me repeat that, more than 500,000 people. With the expanded work requirements and the elimination of exemptions for veterans, former foster youth, and individuals experiencing homelessness, around 20,000 of the 119,000 SNAP recipients in my district could be at risk of losing their benefits. That's 17,000 in Santa Barbara County, 2.6 thousand in San Luis Obispo County, and 1.9 thousand in Ventura and Ojai. In addition to significantly reducing eligibility, H.R. 1 makes major changes to SNAP financing by shifting more administrative and benefit costs onto states. It is estimated that these cost shifts will result in $2.4 billion increase in costs for California alone. This destabilization and financial strain imposed on state and county SNAP operations will likely lead to higher caseloads, growing backlogs, and greater risk of administrative errors. All of these misguided and cruel so-called reforms will ultimately contribute to increased food insecurity, delayed access, and loss of assistance for our nation's families, children, seniors, veterans, and individuals with disabilities. This farm bill is an opportunity to undo, or at the very least, reduce the harm that millions of people will experience as a result of changes to SNAP. I remind my colleagues that failing to reverse H.R. 1's cuts will not only affect SNAP recipients, but also the farmers, ranchers, small businesses, and grocers who rely on SNAP dollars. SNAP has been shown to improve economic outcomes and serve as an economic stabilizer during downturns, with each additional $1 in SNAP benefits generating about $1.54 in economic activity. For all the reasons just mentioned, I call on my colleagues to support Representative Hayes' amendment in reversing the drastic and detrimental cuts to SNAP that were included in H.R. 1. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back now. Please recognize the gentlelady, Congresswoman McDonald Rivet, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also in support of this amendment, and I want to raise an issue that I don't know that we've talked about. So the question I always ask at the start of this is, what is our number of hungry children that we're comfortable with? And I do recognize that the text of H.R. 1 exempted people under the age of 18. So the question is how are we going to get to this number, this gigantic, almost $200 billion number in the cutting of SNAP benefits? Well, we're going to get to it by putting layers and layers of paperwork and bureaucracy in the way between food and families and kids that need access to it. We're going to make it really hard to continue to show eligibility, to show working. When you're working 5 and 6 jobs, juggling a kid's schedule, trying to figure out how to get food on the table, but for God's sakes, not a hot rotisserie chicken. And then you have to over and over and over again prove that you're working in these 6 jobs, which may come on and off. You may be working at one and then having switched to another. I mean, there's a constant transition in work here. All of that, it's specifically designed to get people off the program because they've missed a deadline. So the question is how many hungry children are we okay with? Because this isn't a number on a balance sheet. There are faces associated with this. There are people, real people, who are going to lose access to food. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time to Congresswoman Hayes.
Lady yields to who?
Thank you. I'm glad you brought children up, Representative McDonald-Rivet, because one of the things about being a classroom teacher is that you become a part of these children's lives. And they talk to you every day, and they tell you what's happening at home, and they tell you the experiences that their families are going through. This is not just policy. This is people's lives. And I fully expect that my colleagues are going to vote against this legislation because SNAP and food security and feeding people has been something that has been under attack over and over and over again. In the debt ceiling, in appropriations budgets, it's like nibbling around the edges, going after food every single time while making permanent tax cuts for the wealthiest individuals in this country. We shouldn't even be debating this in this way. But as you've heard, local grocers are going to suffer. Farm stands are going to suffer. Farmers markets are going to suffer. For every dollar spent in SNAP, I think it's close to $1.50 goes back into the community. So communities are going to suffer by losing that revenue. It's hard to understand how this is our hard line. Hungry kids, 14-year-old, not 18. I don't know, I'm not sure if we're all reading the same piece of legislation, but we draw the line at a 15-year-old. That's where this committee draws the line about our, quite frankly, our responsibility. And this legislation is our chance to fix that. This amendment is our chance to make whole the SNAP program. This was not about, it started out, this is about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is not about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is about cruelty. This is about cruelty over and over and over again. Once again, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Generally yields. Recognized gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 5
Thank
minutes.
you, Mr. Chairman. So I was raised in abject rural poverty by a single mother, and we had food stamps when it was a stamp that you stuck on a card. Took to the grocery store, I had subsidized school lunches, and we had government cheese. And I'm so glad that most of the people sitting here watching this hearing don't even know what I'm talking about. And I appreciate that tremendously. Here's the issue. There's been hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that have gone to fraudsters. Ma'am? There's been hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that have gone to fraudsters. And I want every single taxpayer dollar that is allocated to go to feed a hungry child to go to the hungry child. I want every single dollar that is allocated to go to a family so they don't have to wring their hands about wondering how they're going to feed themselves, to go to that family. Philosophically, ma'am, we agree. We're on the same sheet of music, 100%. And to answer your question, ma'am, how many hungry children in the United States of America in 2026 is acceptable? The answer is 0. But the issue is we have to get to 0. And how we get to 0 is making sure that there are not people that are taking these monies and abusing these programs. That's really the way to get there. And you guys know where my heart is. And I know it's shocking that you're hearing me speak like this, but this is who I am. And so if we were to go through, and you know, this is a single page, like half a page amendment, I think that it's going to do more harm than good. I really do. And so I can't support this amendment, but I can support the spirit in which it's offered. I really think that it's important that we collectively understand. You know, I volunteered to be on the SNAP subcommittee. I've been in Congress for 3 years. If I get reelected, I'll be on the SNAP subcommittee if the chairman will keep me there, because these programs have merit. They do. And for my Republican colleagues, you know, I tell them the same thing. They got to get over this stuff. We have a collective responsibility as American citizens. We have an informal contract by being citizens that we're going to take care of those most in need. And no one on this committee disagrees with that. But we have to find the most efficient way to do so that we can help the most amount of people possible with a limited amount of resources. And so I respect you for doing this amendment, ma'am, but respectfully, I cannot support it for those very clear evidence-based reasons. Ma'am. Absolutely.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with you that every dollar of this program that is allocated should go towards feeding people.
Yeah.
Where we fundamentally disagree is that I haven't seen anything to address waste, fraud, and abuse. Go after those people. You are absolutely right. And I would stand with you, support an amendment, pass legislation to make sure that anyone who is defrauding this program and taking food out of the mouths of the children that I am fighting for is adequately prosecuted. That is not what we are talking about. And kids cannot fill their bellies with good intentions and respectful submissions. It's the policy and the legislation that we pass. So if we really wanted to do something about it, we wouldn't attack the millions of people who are doing the right thing. We would go after the handful of fraudsters that you just talked about and make sure that they are prosecuted. We had someone sit right in this committee and talk about all of the ways that he had defrauded the system and stolen SNAP funds. And my question was, why aren't we arresting him right at this table instead of celebrating him and letting him tell the story over and over again?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yeah, it's your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, you know what? I'm very respectful. What we have is we have several different state governors that refuse to turn over, including my governor, Tony Evers. They will not turn over this data. And my district borders Iowa, Minnesota, and Illinois, and I know for a fact there's people in my district that are getting SNAP benefits from multiple states.
But that's not why your governor's not turning over that data.
Well, I know
What are you going to do with it?
I know the guy. But so
6-7, what are you going to do with it?
Ma'am, in my limited time, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to sit down with you in a private setting, go through all these numbers, and then come publicly to solve this problem. I mean exactly what I say. Can we
I'm
do
more
that?
interested in policy and votes than press conferences.
Very well. I yield. Thank you,
Gentlemen,
ma'am.
time has expired. Any other members seek the ranking member seeks recognition.
I just want to continue to level set for the committee. You know, the SNAP program has one of, if not the lowest error rate of any government program. And being from Minnesota, the request has come in for our data, but it's private data that by state law we can't turn over to the United States government. The lowest rate of fraud of any government program. And every single one of us on this side of the aisle, too, want to make that number 0, but I fear sometimes that my colleagues don't understand the difference between fraud rates and error rates, which of course can be overpayments and underpayments in our nation. So I just want to make sure as we, talk about this issue that we are not perpetuating the myth or the stereotype that there is fraud, widespread fraud in this program, because the data just does not support that. And with that, I will yield to my colleague, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, no, and I love this attention to fraud and waste and abuse. Where is that outrage when it comes to the Pentagon budget? I'm just looking at one article here, how the Pentagon falls victim to price gouging by military contractors. Nothing is done to crack down on fraud, waste, and abuse in the Pentagon budget. In fact, this Republican majority actually gave this administration more than they asked for in the Pentagon budget. And so, I mean, we're all upset about nickel and diming people who get an average of $2 per person per meal to put food on the table. But when it comes to defense contractors that are ripping American taxpayers off, there's silence. There's silence. Not only is there silence, we'll give you more than you even asked for. We'll give you, and why? Let's follow the money. Let's look at who contributes to members of Congress here. I mean, that's the dirty little secret here. The corruption that exists between campaign donations and the way people vote around here. And if you want to be outraged about something, be outraged about being ripped off by defense contractors who rip off the Pentagon, who rob the American taxpayer, who take money away from programs that, quite frankly, are necessary to feed hungry people. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
General yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members? If not, I'm going to take the opportunity to speak on this. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but not your own facts. Now, I've heard a lot of mischaracterization today on this program, and let me just lay out the facts of where we're at with it. First of all, dealing with veterans, and veterans were only eligible for a very short period of time. President Biden had put veterans and folks who are transitioning out of foster care into this program. It's not like they've always been there. They're a very short period of time that they were totally exempt from any other requirements. So I think that's, first of all, I thought that was awful. I've said that to President Biden when we were negotiating, because I think those folks ought to have a shot at the American dream, which comes through the dignity of work. And because they were exempt, they weren't eligible for that financial assistance for SNAP employment and career and technical education. I've got a son that served 22 years in the Army. 4 nights ago was his last night in uniform. He's looking for a job now, and if there's some assistance, if his income was low enough and he needed assistance, the SNAP program would be there for him to help him find that. Now, thankfully, I will say the military does a great job investing in the education of our soldiers, and he has a master's degree now that he did mostly distant learning from theaters of war. On our veterans, under H.R. 1, states will once again be required to engage able-bodied veterans in SNAP, volunteer or education for 20 hours a week. I apologize. I think I misquoted a month in the past. But it's an average of 20 hours a week. Veterans who are over age 64, mentally or physically disabled, taking care of a dependent under the age of 14, taking care of a disabled child or aging parent in the home, participating in a drug or alcohol treatment program, in school at least half-time, or participating in a job training program at least half-time, are all exempt from those requirements. Exempting all veterans from work requirements really is misguided and denies them a chance at economic opportunity and brighter futures. Other facts. SNAP, this farm bill we're talking about over 10 years is like $1.3 trillion. SNAP is $1.1 trillion of that. I mean, we're not talking like, you guys make it sound like we're starving the program, and that is absolutely not true. There's text in here, or amendments will be coming that will talk about farm to food banks and other expansions. I wish I could have done more. I had 2 proposals, but in working with the minority team, it was clear they didn't want any kind of amendments in nutrition. It would have added new programs if we couldn't undo what was done. And so that's why you don't see text in here. Something that's very passionate for me, and that is for individuals who are formerly incarcerated, to help them get them on the right path. I'd love to have that in there, but that was sort of, within negotiations, I was told that they're not going to support any kind of expansion. Don't look at me and smile. I'm sharing the facts with you. Adults who have adult children still in secondary school. You saw the proposal, those of you who were here in last Congress. You know, I wanted to be able to exempt the income that those adult children, most of them have disabilities when they're working, the income of those children, exempt that from eligibility for that family for SNAP. I couldn't put that in there because I couldn't get an agreement, because that was going to take some additional investment within this title. That was not Republicans that opposed that. And I understand, because
You're in charge.
no, I'm not going to yield. I got too much to cover and not that much time. Let me just go through it then. HR 66 does invest in our, HR 1 does invest in our farmers, $66 billion investment. We did that, increase risk management, research, making crop insurance more affordable, and doubling trade assistance. And by the way, many of you in the room supported that, because those were bipartisan initiatives that we put into the last farm bill that we marked up. We were just able to move that as a part of budget reconciliation. Trust me, I know budget reconciliation is painful. I was here when we did the Affordable Care Act, and it got shoved down my throat because that's what budget reconciliation, the process works. The failure, the reason we didn't after last time go any further, because we had a failure of leadership in the Senate among the Democrats. There was no farm bill. It was not moving. We had Joe Biden raised the benefits 20% arbitrarily. You know, GAO and everybody else said it was not legal what he did. We didn't roll those back as a part of what we did. We did not roll those back, even though it wasn't done in a proper way. Talking about people losing their individual benefits that are qualified, it's just not true. They have not been reduced. Despite everything we did not go in and target the individual benefits of the SNAP program for people who are truly eligible. And then I got to address this Farm Bill Coalition. Because I've heard it over and over again like a broken record that we broke the long-term ag and food coalition. Well, if the Farm Bill, and that's what we call it, although I've kind of renamed it this time around, Farm, Food, and National Security Act, is $1.3 trillion, and $1.1 trillion is the food side of it. That doesn't seem like a very strong coalition. That broke a long time ago, and we disadvantaged the people for decades who actually grow the food that is consumed by everybody, and is important to everybody. Anyways, well, I'm going to stop. My time is expired at this point, and we will. I recognize Mr. Tandahar for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. You know, growing up in India in poverty, I remember times when I didn't know where my next meal is going to come from. Now here, sitting in the richest nation in the world, while billions of dollars are being spent dropping bombs in Iran, we are still fighting to provide food to the hungry families, to the children. I represent Detroit area, a district that is fourth lowest in income in the nation, with almost 30% people utilizing SNAP benefits. It just seems so cruel. So you know, I understand the struggles of my district, the people, and I I really wish that we were able to help them and not take the money away from their food for their table. Mr. Chairman, I want to yield my rest of my time to Ms. Hayes and possibly Mr. McGovern if they have anything more to add to this.
I do. I would just say that we absolutely cannot choose the facts. And, you know, if veterans were not included and they had not previously been exempt and then we made them exempt, then we need to continue to build on those things, not roll it back. But also this idea about amendments not being able to be added unless they were bipartisan, anyone who is watching this can clearly identify that many of the amendments that were placed in this bill from the other side were not bipartisan amendments. They were not negotiated with us. We did not have the opportunity to work on them together. And as the chairman, I believe that you could have put this in there if it was something that you cared deeply about or you were passionate about, absent Democrat approval. They don't need our approval to do this. If you're listening to these amendments while we're here, I hope no one in this room believes that Democrats agreed to many of the amendments that are added in here. These are Republican choices. These are Republican policy choices to cut food assistance from people, and that's exactly what it is. I yield back to Mr. Thandahar.
And I yield back to Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, no, I would just, I've heard a lot today, but for the chairman to basically say that his hands are tied, that he can't do more on nutrition because of Democrats, I've heard everything. You're the chairman of this committee. The Republicans are in charge. I mean, much of what is in this bill, quite frankly, some of it I find just outright offensive. The giveaways to the pesticide companies, for example. I find that offensive. That's dangerous for my constituents. But the idea to somehow say that your hands are tied in terms of, you know, expanding the nutrition benefits, if you want to, if you know, and on the veterans, I mean, the idea that somehow, you know, I mean, the choice to basically say to a veteran that if you're not working within 3 months, we're going to take your food benefit away from you. That is your choice. That is not our choice. I mean, the people who served our country with bravery and distinction deserve a hell of a lot better than that. They shouldn't have to worry about going hungry after 3 months. But, you know, the fact of the matter is Republicans are in charge. You are the chairman of this committee. You have made these decisions to give away, you know, to do giveaways to the pesticide companies and to cut food benefits. I yield to the ranking member.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you so much. Look, I won't get into a back and forth on negotiations, but Democrats gave the majority a very long list of Title IV priorities from Democrats for mediation for BBB. And the majority basically said, well, we'll consider our priorities, but we will not consider your priorities. So take it or leave it on Title IV. You know, we keep coming back to cost neutral in this conversation. And look, reconciliation was not cost neutral. $3.4 trillion added to our deficits. 4.1 trillion if you include the interest cost of this. So we could sit here and talk all day, but if we're going to get into a conversation during this markup about the process, I'm happy to get into it, but I don't think the majority wants to get into this process. When you read us through this damn thing the last week, you wouldn't give us a copy of it until I complained to Politico. And so if we want to continue down that road, I'm ready to go, but I'm not bringing it up, and it's going to continue to really annoy me if the majority continues to bring this up. And I'm just going to say one last thing. If getting 24 million Americans health care as part of the Affordable Care Act was shoving something down your throat, then I'm telling you right here now, Democrats are going to keep shoving. And I yield.
You know, it yields. By the way, most of the provisions in this bill were in the version 2024. You should have read the bill. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? All right. Well, I think we've exhausted all the oxygen. So we will move on. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mrs. Hayes. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I believe that they've already reached out. Mr. Harris, on the Republican side, we'll go back and forth, has
Yes,
an
sir,
amendment at the desk.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 39.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 39, offered by Mr. Harris of North Carolina.
Very good. There we go. A recorded, the amendment will be considered as read. A recorded vote, yeah, wrong. Hold on. Spent way too much time. Thank you. I now recognize distinguished gentleman and from North Carolina, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment today to restore integrity and fiscal responsibility to SNAP by ending broad-based categorical eligibility and restoring clear, uniform standards for program eligibility. As we all know, SNAP exists to provide temporary assistance to Americans who truly are in need. However, under broad-based categorical eligibility, states have been allowed to bypass the income and asset test Congress put in place. Under this reckless policy, individuals can qualify for SNAP despite having incomes far above the federal limits or significant assets on hand or in the bank. In 2019, for example, a retired millionaire in Minnesota was able to enroll in his state's SNAP program, showing just how easy it is to enroll when a state completely ignores asset tests. This should concern every taxpayer and serve as a wake-up call to my colleagues in Congress. And that was not an isolated case. In 2023, the Foundation for Government Accountability found that 1 in 5 SNAP recipients had at least $100,000 in assets. To put that in perspective, according to the FGA, more than 5.4 million recipients are estimated to exceed federal income or asset limits. This was never the purpose of this program, and this loophole hurts the program's integrity and unfortunately diverts resources away from those who truly need it. At a time when our nation faces a $38 trillion national debt and persistent improper payment concerns across federal programs, I believe we have a responsibility to ensure that taxpayer dollars are carefully stewarded. Let me be clear. My amendment in no way eliminates SNAP, nor does it reduce benefits for those who genuinely qualify under federal standards. It simply restores uniform eligibility criteria set by Congress. By ending this administrative workaround, I believe we reaffirm Congress's constitutional role in overseeing the program, promote fairness among the states, and ensure that limited resources are directed to the most vulnerable Americans. As we've listened to the discussion today, this is something I think we all could support. This is a measured reform rooted in accountability and good governance, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I appreciate the intent from the author of this amendment, I just want to explain why it lacks common sense. Remember when the movement started to, instead of going to very limited eligibility and proof of eligibility in the free and reduced lunch program in our schools, started looking at a space where we would just give free lunch to every student in school districts that met overall a threshold. And here's why that mattered. The layers and layers of bureaucracy and paperwork and regulation that Republicans often put on programs for the poor that they would never consider for billionaires and corporations actually costs more money than just doing things like presumed eligibility, like categorical eligibility across poverty programs. If you are in an office like in Michigan where you are in danger of getting your heat shut off, you also need food. Should you have to go to 2 separate departments, apply for it on separate applications with different timelines, with different categories that sort of mean the same thing but not entirely? Heat and food go hand in hand in Michigan. You die without both. What this will actually do is not ensure it goes to the most needy, but rather add layers and, most importantly, hours of paperwork and regulatory misdirection in order to just simply slough people off the program. This is food. This is food. And there are many programs that have close to the same eligibility, and the ability for states to streamline that process to get people immediate, emergency, basic needs help when they need it is incredibly important. I urge members of this committee to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, General Lace. Yields back. Mr. Taylor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this amendment. This amendment would work to preserve the SNAP program for the most vulnerable among us by eliminating the broad-based categorical eligibility in SNAP. You really don't need to read much beyond the name to know that this is a bad idea ripe for abuse. We've seen this loophole taken advantage of by several states to open the doors for people who are ineligible for SNAP to still receive benefits from the program. Based on a study in 2023, it was found that nearly 6 million people enrolled in SNAP did not meet federal eligibility requirements. This amendment would reassert Congress's rightful oversight and authority over the SNAP program and stop a massive leak that has been there for far too long. SNAP is meant to be a supplemental and temporary safety net for Americans in true need, not a permanent program that only continues to expand in perpetuity. When ineligible people receive benefits, it's those who truly are in need that suffer. So I thank Mr. Harris for introducing this amendment. I look forward to working with him and the chairman to ensure that SNAP benefits are going to those that deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Broad-based categorical eligibility is a long-standing state option that supports working families by easing the benefit cliff when they pick up extra shifts or take a small raise. It also reduces states' administrative burden and allows SNAP households to put away modest savings. That's incredibly important because the average person that's income eligible for SNAP only has about $141 in their bank account. The number of bipartisan states opting in to broad-based categorical eligibility has been increasing steadily over time because they see its positive impact on both participants and program administration. Currently, 46 states, red and blue alike, elect to use broad-based categorical eligibility. Just last July, Alaska transitioned to broad-based categorical eligibility because, according to a spokesperson for the Department of Health, it will result in faster, more streamlined eligibility determinations for many households, which will improve timeliness and reduce the risk of errors associated with incomplete or delayed documentation. In June 2024, Ohio opted in to broad-based categorical eligibility to, in the words of Ohio's Director of the Department of Job and Family Services, provide participants an incentive to accept promotions and pay raises, knowing they won't immediately lose benefits. Eliminating broad-based categorical eligibility would result in 6 million Americans, including at least 1.8 million children, getting kicked off SNAP entirely and losing all food assistance. In my home state of Minnesota, 90,000 households would lose their SNAP benefits, including more than 70,000 households with children and 22,000 households with seniors and people with disabilities would lose their SNAP benefits entirely. Those losing food assistance would largely be seniors, people with disabilities, and working families that receive less benefits because they have earnings, but who still need help as they work to achieve financial stability. It's exactly who my Republican colleagues say they want to help the most. Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I oppose benefit cliffs. I oppose discouraging people from working. I oppose 6 million more Americans losing their food assistance on top of the 4 million Americans. H.R. 1 is already estimated to kick off the program. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any members seek, additional members seek recognition to speak? Mr. McGovern.
Thank you. It's so frustrating to have these discussions because what we're talking about here are people who are in economic distress, people who are poor in this country, people who are struggling to put food on the table. And broad-based categorical eligibility, as our ranking member pointed out, is a state option that red states and blue states have utilized, basically to support working families by easing the benefit cliff that would otherwise exist if they pick up extra shifts or take a small raise. These people are struggling. These aren't rich people. These aren't people who have, who are doing this just for the hell of it. I mean, the average SNAP benefit is about $2 per person per meal. Do you think people are going to try to bend the rules and go through all these machinations just to qualify for this measly benefit? I mean, come on. I mean, this is about demonizing low-income people. That's what this is about. And really, it is unfortunate that this is where the discussion has focused. Again, as the ranking member pointed out, eliminating broad-based categorical eligibility would result in 6 million Americans, 6 million Americans, including at least 1.8 million children, getting kicked off of SNAP entirely and losing all food assistance. Is that what we want? I mean, you want to talk about fraud, waste, and abuse? Again, look at the Pentagon budget. I mean, and there's silence when it comes to that. Not only silence, but my friends vote to increase the budget. You know, no appropriate oversight, nothing. Tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires. You know, and the richest people in the world are getting tax cuts, and we are in this committee nickel and diming a program to provide a measly, on average, $2 per person benefit for food. I mean, this is crazy that we're doing this. Again, this is not just Democratic states, but Republican states are using this. This is a federal requirement, and it's a state option that is allowed by the federal government. I mean, to make this program more difficult for people to get food, I don't understand, like, why anybody would want to do that. This is a bad amendment, and I urge my colleagues to reject it, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Mr. Weed from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Weed. Listen, I want to just make very clear in response to some of the things that we have heard again about this amendment. This amendment is not meant to eliminate SNAP. It does not cut benefits for anyone who meets the federal eligibility standards. It simply restores the income and asset limits that Congress originally set. And finally, it protects the program integrity that strengthens SNAP, not ultimately weakens it. And I think that we're living in a day and a time that we've got to recognize that while people around the country have all kinds of suspicions and all kinds of questions about what's going on in many of these programs, anything that we can do to add the integrity and add the strength of these programs. In fact, if we don't do something, we will not have these programs in infinite time. We just won't. And we've got to be real about that and getting ourselves in a place where we can manage it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to withdraw my amendment at this time, but I do think it's important for us to recognize the reality of this. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Weed.
Well, the amendment is withdrawn. I thank the gentleman for raising the issue. Under my leadership, this committee has been examining ways to close the broad-based categorical eligibility loophole while also modernizing and increasing SNAP income and asset limits. I look forward to working with the gentleman on those issues. Does any member seek recognition under, actually, Mr. Gray seeks recognition for an amendment. Mr. Gray has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment 74.
Amendment 74, Mr. Gray, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 74, offered by Mr. Gray of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know,
Give me a second, Adam, just got to stick with the script here. The without objection amendment we considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, California grows over 400 commodities, and California's 13th district is home to some of the country's most productive specialty crop growers: almonds, pistachios, grapes, citrus, and so much more. These growers face massive challenges that traditional commodity crop farmers don't. Not only do they not benefit from long-standing subsidy structures that many of my colleagues' districts benefit from, but their products are perishable, labor-intensive, highly vulnerable to market volatility. When prices fluctuate or supply chains tighten, these farmers feel it immediately. That's where procurement programs like Section 32 and the DoD Fresh program make a real difference. The DoD Fresh Fruit and Vegetable program creates a direct, reliable market for specialty crop growers by connecting them with schools across the country. It strengthens domestic food systems and helps ensure that federal food dollars are supporting the growers that need it most. It enables economic development by supporting packers, truck drivers, distributors, and small businesses throughout the supply chain. It helps level the playing field for specialty crop producers who deserve fair access to federal procurement opportunities. It's an amazing example of efficient public-private partnership. It uses existing federal infrastructure to support American farmers, reduce food waste, improve supply chain efficiency, and ensure high-quality products reach schools in a timely manner. My amendment would give the states the flexibility to allocate up to 20% of their emergency food assistance program funding towards DoD Fresh, allowing states to use their resources on locally grown fresh fruits and vegetables. Strengthening the DoD Fresh program, it means supporting our children and specialty crop farmers, and it means strengthening our agricultural economy in a way that is practical, efficient, and results-driven. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. I'll claim my time to speak on this amendment. I want to thank the gentleman for introducing this amendment. This is a no-cost option for states that will support specialty crop growers in California and all across the country through the DoD Fresh program. Procurement programs such as DoD Fresh, Section 32, and TFAP are crucial for specialty crop growers, and this amendment will allow states to increase procurement of fresh produce through TFAP at their option. And I want to congratulate the gentleman again for working with us on this bipartisan effort, and I support the amendment, encourage all members to do so. Other members that seek recognition to speak on Mr. Gray's amendment. Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start by saying I love this amendment, but I'm sitting here incredibly frustrated because the minority asked for this provision to be included in the majority's base text, and it wasn't. And so what we are seeing happen today, just so we're all very clear, is that the majority ignored the bipartisan asks in the negotiation process, and the majority in the last several days has reached out to members who they would like to work with directly in this process. So, of course, this amendment would allow states to use TFAP dollars to buy food through the DoD Fresh Fruits and Vegetables program, giving states more choices when procuring foods, but without pairing it with more funding for TFAP entitlements, it is not going to move the needle. Food banks are operating under immense strain with high demand and only getting higher as millions lose access to SNAP, and more middle-class families struggle to pay their bills, their rent, their utilities, and put food on the table. And without additional TFAP funding, food banks are going to continue to struggle to meet the demand. So I'm not speaking against this amendment per se from my colleague. We asked as a minority for this to be in the damn thing to begin with. But here we are today, and the majority now says it's a good idea. But if it was such a great idea and the majority is so supportive, then why isn't it in the base text to begin with? So with that, while the amendment improves food purchasing options for TFAP, it does nothing to address the high demand and limited resources that will continue to make it difficult for food banks to afford to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables in the first place. My counsel to the minority is to vote your district here on this particular amendment. And my counsel to everyone is it would have been terrific to have an actual bipartisan process, and I continue to hope that in the Senate we can get a more bipartisan process and a bill that more of us can support in the end. So, Mr. Gray, thank you so much for your work here, and with that, I'll yield back.
General yields back. Recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed, for 5 minutes. Oh, new amendment, I'm sorry. Recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to point out, I mean, what I just heard was absolutely crazy. The fact that you, as the chairman of the committee, just openly accepted and said, I'm willing to work with you, I support this amendment from the minority, and then to hear the ranking member have a hissy fit about not being bipartisan, which is exactly what you just did. I mean, this is political theater, and this is why people absolutely are disgusted with politics in our country. Just be real. Be real. We all saw what just happened. The chairman said, I accept this amendment. I think it's a good idea. We want to work with you. Makes perfect sense. Mr. Chairman, I applaud your leadership. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members seek recognition. Ms. Figures, recognized.
Thank you. I hear my colleague's point, but I don't think the issue was as much about what just happened as what everybody saw, as much as it was about what everybody didn't see behind the scenes. And with that, I yield to the ranking member.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Figures. That's exactly right. If we're going to continue, the majority is going to continue to talk about the process here today, which I did not start talking about the process, was not intending to talk about the process. I think it is only fair to make sure that the committee members know that this was one of the bipartisan offers and requests we made of the majority. And so the way that the majority is behaving in this markup is that we're going to reject everything in the bipartisan negotiation process, but I tell you what, at the markup, we're going to, make sure that we are reaching out and doing these things. So, Mr. Finstad, I'm not sure what a hissy fit looks like to you, but you haven't seen me throw a hissy fit, but if you want me to, I just might. And if you want me to come back to your congressional district and do another town hall because you won't do one, I might do that as well. So if we're going to go down this road today, Mr. Finstad, I'm going to go down that road with you. And I yield back to Mr. Figures.
You can reclaim your time.
I yield back.
I'll take it.
And he yields back. Mr. Johnson's recognized.
So
5 minutes.
I want to make sure I understand the ranking member's concern is that the chairman is today agreeing with Democratic amendments. That's your complaint?
Would you yield?
Yes. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. My complaint today is that the minority offered this as a bipartisan discussion, and the majority rejected it during this supposed bipartisan discussion. I'm simply making the point that this is not a bipartisan process that you have gone through, and you continue to claim that. Again,
okay, so
this amendment is great. Wish you'd considered it in the supposed bipartisan process.
Here's how real humans look at a situation where maybe people start with disagreement, but then they get to a point of agreement. Maybe Mr. Thompson didn't understand the value of the Gray Amendment during negotiations. He does now. I mean, I'm grateful that the chairman, and I assume a big chunk of the majority, understand the value of Mr. Gray's amendment. I think normal people would say this is great. Let's get this Democratic amendment made in order. Let's add it to the base text. I think you would have criticized Mr. Thompson had he rejected the Gray Amendment. You're also criticizing him now that he accepts it. It might be that you were going to criticize the chairman no matter what he did. And I think that seems indeed like politics, as Mr. Finstead said, rather than being happy about the fact that we're coming closer together on a bipartisan work product. And with that, if Mr. Finstead has any additional comments he'd like to make, I'm happy to yield to him.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman Johnson. Listen, I feel like we are at a moment in time in our country where we need to start figuring out how to behave better and act like normal humans that the constituents that we represent expect from us. And so we can choose. We can play political theater. We can run for higher office and decide we have to go one way or the other on the political spectrum. We can ignore the fact that we have a history of working together because it doesn't suit us and our political aspirations. We can ignore the fact that we've, worked together on co-authoring so many pieces of legislation in this bill. I mean, in my opening statement, I talked about many of you across the aisle where I have worked with you. We have co-authored things that are in this bill. The chairman has done more than I've seen most chairmen do in my short time here in Congress to try to appeal and to have conversations with folks. The fact is we have a ranking member that's running for a higher office that's ignoring the fact that she has her fingerprints on a lot of things that are in here, whether it's the pesticide piece of legislation, which her and I co-authored, now she's running from, whether it's the, outside of this committee's jurisdiction, she was with us on the Lake and Riley Act. I mean, this is political theater, and it's unfortunate that it's crept its way into the committee hearing when we have a really good product in front of us that we should figure out ways to come together, not ways to just continue to go to our corners and scream and holler. Thank you.
And so I would just note this. I assume the ranking member will support the Gray Amendment. I assume the ranking member would like the Gray Amendment to prevail. I would assume that the ranking member would like the support of Republicans to help her get that done. It's like, what are we arguing about here?
You know what
With that, I
happens
would yield
when
back.
you assume, right?
Very good. Mr. McGovern is recognized.
Yeah, let me just say, I support the Gray Amendment. I thank the gentleman for introducing it. I wish it were accompanied with more TFAP money. But to suggest that this makes this a bipartisan product is laughable. So, I mean, this bill, this so-called farm bill is problematic because it screws over a lot of poor people in this country. It doesn't do anything to repair the $200 billion in cuts to SNAP. I mean, it doesn't do anything to deal with the onerous new work requirements and new red tape that have been thrust on people on SNAP that are throwing millions of people off of the program. So I support this amendment. I will vote for this amendment. But when it comes to final passage, I am a hell no. I'm not a cheap date on this issue. The idea that we have millions and millions of people in this country, the richest country in the history of the world, who are hungry, and we get crickets from the other side. All kinds of excuses about why we can't do anything to address that issue. I mean, it is shameful. So yeah, and the people that I represent, the normal people that I represent, are just stunned that we have a Congress that has no problem with adding to the debt $4 trillion, $3 trillion, whatever, for tax cuts for rich people, for millionaires and billionaires, but want a nickel and dime the SNAP program, which is about, on average, about $2 per person per meal. I mean, give me a break. I yield to the ranking member.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. I do want to point out that in my comments, I also mentioned that this policy was intended to be paired with more funding for TFAP to help food banks afford more fruits and vegetables. And so without that side of it, there is a problem with this amendment. However, I would say my broader point is that the majority is behaving in a very duplicitous way and has in this negotiation, because those items we have presented as bipartisan that clearly we agree on here in this markup today, you rejected from the minority staff, but you are utilizing it here today to try to pick off Democrats. So I'm simply pointing out, and I appreciate that this process, again, was not my intention to bring the process out into the open, but you opened the barn door, and so here we are. And I would yield back to Mr. McGovern, who I believe is, to Ms. Hayes. Oh, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think it's frustrating. The point of frustration here for the majority side is that we asked for the provision to be included in the majority-based text, and it wasn't. And while this amendment improves food purchasing options for TFAP, it does nothing to address the high demand and limited resources that will continue to make it difficult for food banks to afford to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables in the first place. So that is our frustration. And when we talk about, you want to talk about political theater, I mean, insulting us, calling us names, saying that we are not normal people, that we need to be better human beings, questioning, I'm curious as to if Mr. Finstad would ever ask a man if he had a hissy fit or even insult that. So you are insulting the process and the members here as we try to do due diligence to make a better product. And to put it on public display is an insult to everyone on the minority side and the process when this is something that we could have had done in the base text. So with that, I yield back.
Mr. Van Orden is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, I can positively affirm that Mr. Finstad has accused me of having a hissy fit, and I am a man. So we can put that one to bed. I just want to clear something up here. So we're talking about making sure that states can use specialty crop stuff, 20% of their TFAP for the DOD, right? This is the amendment we're talking about? Okay. Well, I mean, I would just like to make a recommendation that maybe we stick to the amendment and stop making campaign commercials. And let's just make sure that our Department of War folks have access to fresh fruits. I think this is an awesome amendment, and I wholeheartedly support it. And maybe if we in the military, in the SEAL teams, of which I was there for a long time, you know, the process is important, but it's the product that is paramount. So the product of this discussion, I don't even know what to call this any longer, is that this amendment's going to pass. And that our servicemen and women are going to have access to fresh fruits, and it's going to help our farmers. And that's all goodness. So I would encourage my colleagues, and I'll do the same, to stick to the program, because it ain't about us. It's not about a higher office. It's about making sure that our farmers can succeed and that the Department of War personnel can get healthy food. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. Yes, Mrs. Hayes, you have your own 5 minutes, so.
Thank you. I'd just like to start by saying, physician, heal thyself. In the same sentence where you're saying, let's not make this about political theater, you talk about running for higher office and making a political ad. I'm not really sure what all the passive-aggressive attacks at the ranking member are. Yes, she is running for the U.S. Senate because she truly believes in the people in her state and wants to be there to help them. She also shows up to work every day, does not miss votes, does not miss hearings, does not miss any of her responsibilities of her current job. So if that is the metric for evaluation, I might suggest that a professional development be run within the conference for people to show up to work who are running for higher office. This is a good amendment, and I appreciate my colleague for introducing this amendment. The problem that we have and what we are trying to articulate on this side is that this is gamesmanship. It is not bipartisan negotiation. We showed up in good faith. We sat down in small meetings. We had conversations the last go round. And when we got to this space, It was, as the ranking member said, to pick off vulnerable members, to offer them an amendment, to get them to vote for it with no expectation that we would have a better work product at the end. So these small wins do nothing to improve this bill. And it is very telling. It is very telling to everyone who is paying attention, the members that have been approached to offer amendments for inclusion. It is very telling. It is an attempt to pick off Democrats and divide us and get us off focus of what is truly important, and that is improving a farm bill that has the best outcomes for our constituents. That is not what we're doing here. And no matter how many times you circle back to what people are doing in their time, it does not distract from the fact. The ranking member has been laser focused on showing up for negotiations, on showing up for the members of this committee, on showing up for her constituents, and still running for Senate. I guess we're just better at it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Scott from Georgia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to point out that as vice chair of the committee, there are things that I would have liked to have had in the base text that are not in the base text. It's just the way it is when you're going through committee markup, and we all have the opportunity to speak on that. I mean, I don't understand the ranking members, as someone said, temper tantrum or hissy fit or whatever it was. I mean, I can tell you, Mr. Finstad, he accuses a lot of us of a lot of things sometimes, all in good fun, and I don't know, but I'm the vice chair of the committee. I have things I want in the base text that are not in the base text. I hope the chair will support my stuff. I don't know if he will or if he won't, but I'm looking forward to putting this amendment in the bill, and it's just the way the legislative process works.
That's right.
And so, Chair, I appreciate your support, and I look forward to being here long past 7 o'clock. And, working into the next day if we need to. And with that, I yield.
Chairman yield. Mr. Lucas from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I could, I'd like to take the old uncle moment here and remind all my colleagues on this committee that you're not a member of Judiciary or Oversight. This is a committee that historically, while we disagree sometimes by policy, we disagree by region, and we fight with intensity, we still have traditionally been a committee that came together to move policy that was the best achievable for the common good of the country. I've been around here for 30 years. The last time we had a partisan farm bill was 1996, and it was moved in sum and total in the reconciliation bill that year. You don't want to go that route. Always remember that the minority has both the right and the responsibility to be the conscience of the body, and I respect that, to offer all perspectives, to look at every different angle. But the majority has the right and the responsibility to govern. Whatever legislative process that the leadership on both sides of our committee use, we have to believe it's in the best interest of moving the process forward for the common good. So let's all act like members of the House Agriculture Committee. Let's all focus on the subject matter. Let's all focus on moving product forward, the best possible product we can achieve. And if that best possible product is not sufficient, then everyone with their conscience vote accordingly. But let's not act like a half a dozen other committees of the United States House of Representatives. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize for dragging on and droning, but you have a legacy here, my friends. Let's work hard for our folks. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield to you.
Well, thank you. I think the ranking member actually gave the reason why you know, we had to work through refinement with this, because she talked about how this amendment was accompanied with an increase in funding for TFAP. And unfortunately, in a budget-neutral situation, the monies just were not there to do it. So, but I don't give up on great ideas. Mr. Gray has been wonderful to work with. Mr. Gray, I apologize that such a good amendment has resulted in such a interesting and heated debate. But that is a refinement process. Things that just don't check all the boxes. As chairman, I don't give up and just say we're not going to do it. You know, I try to work with members where I can to be able to get to yes, and this is definitely one where we got to yes. I yield back. Does any other member seek recognition, or can we vote on this
Mr.
great
Chairman, I yield
amendment? No, I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Lucas, it's your time, you yield back. All right, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Gray. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Do other members?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Weed is recognized. For purposes of an amendment, he has amendment at his desk.
Mr. Chairman, I first want to express my appreciation and support for this bill's Dairy Nutrition Incentives Project, section...
Hold on, Mr. Weed. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 11, offered by Mr. Weed of Wisconsin.
The amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to express my appreciation and support for this bill's Dairy Nutrition Incentives Project to incentivize healthier purchases for SNAP households, including milk and certain cheeses. This provision builds upon healthy fluid milk incentives projects that were included in the 2018 Farm Bill for the same purpose, starting with non-fat and low-fat milk. While these milk incentive projects have been successfully up and running over the last 5 years, in more than 30 states, we've heard from SNAP families, retailers, and dairy farmers of the need to include additional nutrient-rich dairy items. Dairy has 13 essential nutrients, including 3 essential nutrients, calcium, vitamin D, and potassium. Milk, cheese, and yogurt each offer key nutrients. While dairy products, particularly milk, yogurt, and cheese, are repeatedly recommended by the Dietary Guidelines for Americans as part of a healthy eating pattern, nearly 90% of Americans do not consume enough milk and other nutritious dairy products. SNAP purchases of more varieties of dairy also means more milk from U.S. dairy farmers going into nutrient-rich dairy products. 10 pounds of milk make 1 pound of cheese. 2.5 pounds of milk make 1 pound of yogurt. Dairy nutrition incentives continues the momentum for more accessible, nutritious options for SNAP families. Mr. Chairman, since yogurt is considered to be part of the nutrient-rich dairy categories included, along with milk and cheese, to be part of a healthy diet, I would like to offer an amendment to allow certain yogurts to also be included as part of the Dairy Nutrition Incentives projects in Section 4305 of this bill. Yogurt is a nutrient-dense food that is a good source of protein, calcium, riboflavin, vitamin B12, and phosphorus. Yogurt is a fermented dairy product that is known to be a very healthy choice for American families. Yogurt consumption has been associated with lower incidences of cardiovascular risk factors in adolescents, particularly total and abdominal excess body fat. This amendment would also allow yogurt with limited added sugar to be eligible for this bill's SNAP dairy nutrition incentives. This will incentivize SNAP purchases of yogurts that are nutritious, a good source of protein, and are low in sugar. We also know that these limited sugar yogurts are currently in the marketplace and will likely incentivize more to come. Mr. Chairman, I ask for you and the ranking member and all of my committee colleagues to support this amendment for dairy nutrition incentives.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Tony, for leading this amendment. This is a really good, really important amendment. Tony, I know you and I disagree on probably most things, but I really appreciate we've always been able to come together in helping dairy country, because as we've said before, we don't have Democratic cows or Republican cows. We have cows, and they got to get milked. We've got dairy farmers who deserve a fair shot, and that really shouldn't be partisan. So thanks for leading on this. The debate in my house in the morning is it's not usually what we're going to have for breakfast. It's what flavor of Chobani yogurt we're going to have for breakfast. My kids lately are into the vanilla stuff. Sometimes we'll do the strawberry and actually cut up some strawberries in it. And we keep the fridge stocked with Chobani yogurt. It's healthy, it tastes great, and it supports our local upstate New York economy. Chobani was founded in New Berlin, and if you haven't learned the history of this company, you really have to. It's an American dream story. Turkish immigrant buys an abandoned plant in rural northern Shenango County, transforms it over the years into the world's best yogurt company, employs thousands of our neighbors, including hundreds of refugees who flee war-torn parts of the world to come here. He gives them a real stake in the company, and they do a ton of work to support our local food banks, our youth soccer programs. One of my favorite events of the last year was going to a day where we pack up a whole bunch of packages of food to get out to the food banks and to the schools. And one of the most important things they do is they source literally tons and tons and tons of local milk. So when I was talking to my 5-year-old Patricio a couple days ago about the farm bill and what it entails and everything, talked to him at breakfast eating our Chobani yogurt, and I asked him, what are the big priorities he has for this. I think I told you all yesterday my 2.5-year-old's biggest priorities were dealing with all the cow poop. My 5-year-old, his biggest priority is he said it's really important, Dad, that every single kid is able to have access to the same yogurt and breakfast that he gets. And that's coming from a 5-year-old. And so that's what this bipartisan amendment's all about. This is going to be great for kids. It's going to be great for dairy farmers. It's going to be great for yogurt producers. And I would urge all of my colleagues to strongly support this. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Mr. Weed's amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Costa's recognized.
Yeah, I'd just like to join in on the bipartisan support. I come from a long line of dairy families, and we know milk and milk products are really terrific nutrition, and especially for our young people. And with the expansion of the use of yogurt in our diets, I think this amendment is appropriate and it ought to be a part of the underlying farm bill, and hopefully we'll continue this bipartisan effort and make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman yields back. Mr. Van Orden is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sit in strong support. I'm supposed to rise. Strong support of my fellow Wisconsin, Mr. Weed's amendment. It's just fantastic. I mean, as I said in my opening statements, Wisconsin is not a dairy state. We are the dairy state. I do, however, take umbrage with my colleague from New York. We have Yodelay yogurt in the state of Wisconsin. And if you want to bring some of your Chobani by, and I'll bring some Yodelay, and we can have a little lactose summit or something like that.
Would the gentleman yield?
I shall.
I'd be very happy here on live TV with the cameras rolling to accept your yogurt. What would you call it? Like
It would be a
lactose
summit, sir.
A lactose summit.
That is correct.
Whatever you want to call it, I'll bring it. You name the time, you name the place. I'll bring my Chobani and I'll put it up against anybody.
You heard that here first, people. So again, I rise in strong support of this. This is awesome. And it is directly in line with Secretary Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again agenda, which I think is fantastic. And I urge all my colleagues to support this. And with that, I yield back. And I'll see you later, buddy. All right.
Okay. I thank the gentleman. Mr. Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is another good bipartisan amendment. And I notice that everybody's going to vote for this one just like they did the last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I will say this is also one that originally had some issues. I had issues with it anyways, and, but we used the legislative process, and I did refinement, and I appreciate Mr. Weed working with me to address those issues so we could all get to yes. So that is the legislative process that some may have been complaining about. Other members, I seek recognition to speak on this particular amendment. If not, let me just close it up with my remarks. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing up this program. Quite frankly, somebody's from a long line of dairy farmers, and I also have the privilege of representing two young ladies that saved their family farm in Tioga County, Pennsylvania, PA 15, by creating some of the best tasting yogurt you might ever experience, called Painterland Sister Yogurt. These two gals are just amazing, and their yogurt now is sold in Wegmans all over the country. And they saved their family farm, by the way, as a result of that. I recognize the strong nutritional profile of dairy, and I'm proud that the Farm Food and National Security Act 2026 expands the SNAP Dairy Incentive Program to include all forms of fluid milk, including flavored and nutritious hard cheeses. We were intentional in expanding this program by only including hard cheeses and keeping out sugary products. This gentleman has offered an amendment that is carefully crafted and maintains the nutritional integrity of the incentive, and I thank him for his work. Seeing no other conversation on Mr. Weed's amendment, all those in favor of the Weed amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. And independent of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I want to take the opportunity to, Mr. Carbajal, if I could, I wanted to introduce you for the purpose of an introduction of some special guests that have joined us in the hearing room.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. I know Representative Van Orden said that his state was not a dairy state. It was the dairy state. Well, let me tell you, California is not an ag state. It's the agriculture state, the fourth largest economy in the world if we were our own country, but we're not. But today we have some special guests that I think are here to witness our hearing, and they're here to conduct other business for the state of California. I'm very honored to have our California State Senate President Pro Tem, Monique Limon, here, who runs the Senate with her colleagues who are part of her leadership team and also senators. I didn't write down their names, so I apologize, but wanted to welcome you all to our hearing and for your advocacy on behalf of California. Thank you so much. The rest of our colleagues are here. I don't know what the rest of my colleagues are doing in that crowd, but they're not being recognized. Welcome. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you to our guests. Thank you for your leadership. You are from a great agriculture state. I won't get into the dairy fight, although I am from Pennsylvania. But thank you for your leadership, and make sure you take care of those farmers in California. We're now going to move on to next amendment, and I believe that Dr. Adams has an amendment at the desk.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I know you can support this. Amendment number 92.
Dr. Adams has amendment number 92. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 92, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
The amendment will be considered as read. Now recognize the distinguished lady, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reinstates the Household Food Security Report, a comprehensive, consistent report that measures food insecurity on the national and state levels. On September 20th, 2025, the USDA announced the cancellation of the report, calling the survey redundant, costly, politicized, and extraneous. However, the report reflects years of bipartisan work to improve how we measure and understand hunger in America. Although the first report was released during the Clinton administration, its roots trace back to a food assistance task force established under Ronald Reagan. 5 years later, Congress strengthened federal food and nutrition data collection through the National Nutrition Monitoring and Related Research Act of 1990, legislation that passed both chambers unanimously and was signed into law by George H.W. Bush. According to the latest and last USDA report published in December, 48 million people in this country live in food insecure households. Well, that means that at some point during the year, they did not know when or how they would be able to afford their next meal. More than 14 million children live in food insecure households. The rates among children continue to be the highest since 2014. And over 1 million more senior household members experienced hunger in 2024 compared to 2023. For some families, hunger is temporary, an unexpected medical bill, or sudden expense stretching an already tight budget past its limit. For others, it's a constant strain as the cost of housing and child care and other essentials continue to rise faster than their wages. And while this administration's USDA decided to cancel the survey, you cannot erase people's experiences. I think about the older adult who rolls up the sleeves of their bathrobe to show the burn marks that they sustained while trying to boil water, knowing that pasta is a low-cost meal that they can stretch for a few days. I think about the parents who've cut their food intake so that their children can have full bellies. I think about the student that's trying to learn simple addition and subtraction, but is distracted by their aching, hungry stomach. Listen, the timing of this cancellation is suspicious. Republicans made a $187 billion cut in SNAP in their one big ugly bill, and now they don't want the data to show its impacts. Without the data, how are we supposed to fix the problem, unless that's something you're not concerned about? Well, you know, at the State of the Union, Donald Trump said that he lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record off of food stamps. But that's not because of economic conditions. It's because people are losing their eligibility through the one big ugly bill. Look, if you say this farm bill is a bipartisan effort, then I see no issue in supporting this amendment, which is reinstating something that historically has strong bipartisan support. And if you believe 2.1 million Americans are being lifted off of SNAP because they don't need it, then let's see the numbers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield. I'm going to yield to, I'll yield back. Thank you.
I appreciate the gentlelady, and she yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak on the amendment, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Ms. Adams for introducing this amendment. Look, the Trump administration has done a lot of stupid things when it comes to food and nutrition, but among the stupidest is the cancellation of the annual food security report. I was hoping that maybe somebody could enlighten us and help us understand why USDA canceled the report. I mean, this is about data. This is about facts. This is about providing us with necessary information. For 30 years, this report has provided us with critical data to help address food security in communities all across America, in rural areas, in urban areas, in suburban areas. It has been an important report. The only reason that I can think for its cancellation is the administration is trying to bury the data, to hide how awful and damaging the big ugly bill that you passed really is. Close to $200 billion in cuts to SNAP. I think this is a deliberate attempt to try to make it more difficult for people to have consensus on the negative impacts of those cuts. You know that this big ugly bill is unpopular, and it's especially unpopular, and you guys have just kind of illustrated it by wanting to cover your tracks. Again, we can argue about data, we can argue about what it means, but we ought not to be canceling programs that actually provide us with objective data. I mean, I can cite, statistics about 1,000 different groups that are documenting hunger in this country, and my friends on the other side will question their political, inclinations. But this is USDA. This is the USDA report, and that it was canceled makes absolutely no sense to me. I think the gentlelady's amendment should be supported. I urge everybody to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you for that. Other members who seek recognition to speak on this amendment, Mrs. Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support this amendment. The fact that we would not gather, collect, and survey people who are hungry tells me that we are trying to silence the opinions and the realities of people who are food insecure. I went on a visit with our local Meals on Wheels program to visit older people who needed 2 hot meals a week. And I talked to one woman, a constituent from my district, and she was about 65 years old. And I asked her, I said, what does this meal mean to you? I was taking my own little survey as we were going around to visit folks. And she said, well, Congresswoman Salinas, this meal means I'm alive today. And I said, what do you mean by that? She said, about a year ago, she was about my height and about my weight. She said, about a year ago, I was 30 pounds lighter. And she said, and my doctor basically said, if I don't start getting nutrition and a warm meal at least once a week, I will die. And she said, and I'm alive today. We need to hear the voices of people who do not have the warm meals that they need every week to survive. We need to understand what it's like to live in a food desert. We need to understand what it's like to skip meals so you can give them to their children. We need to understand this, we need to hear it, we need it in the data, and we need to then act on it. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I thank her. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll take the liberty of my time. I want to say thank you to the gentlelady for raising this issue. The USDA Household Food Security Reports, which were paused by USDA last September, have long conflated food insecurity with hunger, exaggerating the true picture of hunger in the United States. As such, for decades, these reports have been used to justify expansions to safety net and fearmonger the American people. And it's important to note that trends in the prevalence of food insecurity have remained virtually unchanged, despite an 87% in SNAP spending between 2019 and 2023. The survey, more importantly to me, this survey is redundant. Currently, 11 other government-sponsored surveys collect information on food insecurity from representative samples of American households or individuals. These are publicly available data, such as the National Health Interview Survey from the CDC. That's just one of the 11. For these reasons, I recommend a no vote on this amendment. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Switch over.
Does anyone seek to offer an additional amendment to this title?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rouser, you're recognized.
I think the gentleman, my amendment is really for the purpose of highlighting an issue, and so I intend to withdraw it after I make a few points. The Senior and WIC Farmers Market
Can you
Nutrition
designate the
Program.
amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, if my colleague would suspend for just a moment. Would the clerk report the amendment?
Got ahead of
Amendment number
myself, sorry.
133, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start again. The purpose of the amendment is to raise an issue as it relates to the Senior and WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Programs, which I support, by the way. They provide low-income seniors, mothers, and children with access to locally grown foods while connecting farmers, markets, and local growers directly to customers. The Senior program is supported through this legislation, while the WIC program is funded annually through appropriations. Both programs are administered by the United States Department of Agriculture and state agencies, yet the WIC program is under jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee, and the senior program is under the jurisdiction of this committee. Although similar, both programs require separate rulemaking from USDA to be implemented and are inconsistent with the peak season for farmers markets. Much of this is due to the WIC program's reliance on the appropriation cycle. The bottom line here is this: we have two very similar programs, two committees of jurisdiction, two different funding streams, and two different rulemakings, all at USDA. So, Mr. Chairman, I understand merging the two programs into one requires collaboration with our colleagues at the Education and Workforce Committee, and I urge the committee, this committee, to work towards that end to create a more streamlined and efficient program that better connects our growers directly to consumers. With that, I yield to the chairman.
I want to thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. The Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program is a noble nutrition program that supports seniors and our producers. Due to budgetary constraints, it was not possible to include this language in the Food, Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026. And I'm proud, however, that we were able to make tree nuts and maple syrup eligible for purchase. And I look forward to continuing to work with the gentleman on further ways to boost this program.
I appreciate the chairman's comments, and I might add, I don't think it's too unsimilar to our work with the Financial Services Committee to produce the Clarity Act. I really would like to see a joint effort with Education and Workforce in this committee to address the redundancies and strengthen this program, which I think would serve the taxpayer very well as the consumers who need this. I yield back, and I withdraw my amendment.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment, and the gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the Congressman Chantel.
Yes, that's me. Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk number 28 at 9. I'm sorry.
Would the clerk, just a second.
Amendment number 29, offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
Yes.
Clerk has reported the amendment. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would delay the administrative cost shift and benefit cost shift passed last year as part of the Republican reconciliation package by 2 years and 4 years respectively. As you all will remember, the big ugly bill included trillions in tax breaks for our county's wealthiest individuals and then stuck states and middle-class Americans with the bill. They passed the largest unfunded mandate in our nation's history, and the fallout, if we do not course correct, will be devastating. Now look, I would reverse every change made to H.R. 1 if I could, but this particular provision is straightforward and desperately needed. Here's the part that should concern every member of this committee. The amount states will owe is being determined right now. It's being calculated based on error rates during a rushed implementation of an extremely complex bill. We handed states a complicated and an expensive unfunded mandate. We told them to implement it quickly, and now we're saying if you don't do it perfectly, you pay. This is just wrong. About half of the states, based on current data, are facing more than $100 million a year in new costs. That's not a rounding error. That's a massive budget deficit that will force states, no matter if they are red, blue, or purple, in the Northeast or the Southwest, to make impossible choices. Cut SNAP benefits or cut public safety programming. Cut SNAP eligibility or cut teachers in classrooms. I would like to enter into the record a letter that the Bipartisan National Governors Association sent to House and Senate leadership earlier this year that asked for a delay in the cost shift and states that the cuts passed in H.R. 1 coupled with the design chaos of the USDA during the government shutdown have caused significant, I quote, significant operational disruption for states and counties.
The gentlelady.
No, I want to enter into the record without.
I seeing no objection, so shall be honored.
Thank you. My amendment gives states what they are asking for: a little more time to plan for these cuts, time to balance budgets, and raise revenue before these cuts come into place. States are facing a massive fiscal hole for states and an unrealistic timeline for making sure that states are able to continue operating the SNAP program as it needs to. So once again, I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and course correct. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do rise in support of this amendment. This summer, Republicans slashed SNAP by $187 billion, forcing states and counties already stretched to the breaking point to fill the gap. Families are hungry. Governors and lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans alike, are scrambling just to keep people fed. We know this because they've told us. And they said that annual SNAP expenditures could increase an average $218 million per state. After 20 years that I spent in the General Assembly, I can tell you that states cannot absorb these costs without cutting other essential services that our communities rely on. Some states were given delays, but every state deserves that same relief. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of the amendment, Mr. Chair. And Congresswoman Brown, thank you for introducing this. At the end of the day, we understand where H.R. 1 left us in terms of what the law and what the requirements are for states now in terms of cost shifting and cost sharing, but that law does not change the fiscal realities of states across the country. It certainly does not change the fiscal realities of the state of Alabama, where I am from. I think at a minimum, what we should do is give states time to adjust, to adapt to the new requirements. I have met directly with state legislators, both Democrats and Republicans in the state of Alabama, and I can tell you there are concerns about where hundreds of millions of dollars will come from in the state of Alabama, especially in 12 months or less than 12 months. And so that's a big hit. It's a big adjustment. It's a historical change and something that I don't think anybody, with any good sense in terms of budget management would tell you that it's a great idea to just all of a sudden shift that large of a financial burden onto the states with such a short ramp. Again, we understand the realities of where we are. We get that. But states needs time to adjust. And we have heard this from Republican governors, from Democratic governors, from Republican state legislators, Democratic state legislators. And this amendment does just that. I think it is a wise amendment. I think it is the responsible thing to do. And I think if we're going to adjust, which which states have no other alternative but to do now under this law. If they're going to adjust, we can at least do so in a way that gives them the greatest likelihood of being able to successfully do so and maintain benefits for as many people as we possibly can under the current status of the law. With that, I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. When we talk about these costs in a state like Ohio, where we're already stretched thin, this just is an impossible lift. It is an impossible task. And so the greater concern is how do we continue to help vulnerable people who are seeking to be fed? That's what this comes down to. And so when you have states that are already stretched thin, we know that services or programs will have to be eliminated, and we'd like to be able to avoid that, and this provision does that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman yields back. And the gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in strong support of this amendment. We've heard not once but twice before this committee that if states are forced to endure these increased cost shares, there are those states facing literally hundreds of millions of dollars in additional costs annually that will simply choose not to do the program. Not funding the EBT SNAP program means that pregnant women, senior citizens, families with young children under the age of 15, our veterans, the working poor, will simply have no money on their cards. No money at all. For too many states, the ask to fund an additional $100 million, let alone hundreds of millions of dollars, is an impossible choice. They can't pick off schools. They can't pick off health care. They can't pick off improvements to roadways, security, safety, law enforcement. We have heard from expert witnesses sitting right there at that table, and again, not once but twice, say there are those states, there are those counties and jurisdictions that will simply choose not to participate in the program because they can no longer afford the cost share that the big ugly bill has instituted on them. And so this simple ask to delay these additional cost shares that will place impossible burdens on our states and our counties, this is a good amendment that must be passed for the sake of making sure those pregnant women everyone's so concerned about, those senior citizens that everyone's so concerned about, those families with children under the age of 15 are so concerned about, and for the rest of us, all those other normal people that are working hard but still can't afford to eat, we need to make sure that we pass this amendment for them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from Georgia seek to be recognized for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know we have different situations in different states, and I just want to commend my governor, Brian Kemp, and the state legislature. The state of Georgia has $14.6 billion in reserves now, $5.6 billion in what we would call a revenue shortfall reserve. And, you know, we are cutting taxes and reducing the size of government in the state of Georgia, and I think that's why our state is so well positioned to accept the integrity measures that were put in the SNAP program and the big beautiful bill. And so well-run states certainly have the capacity to handle this. And I just want to thank my Republican governor and my Republican legislature for operating our state in a fiscally sound manner, where we have $14.6 billion in reserves while we're at the same time cutting taxes. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to seek recognition? Speak up. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Shamari Figures.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. We don't have the luxury of that in Alabama, $14.6 billion in reserves. You know, Georgia has a sort of cheat code in Atlanta with a lot of industry and a lot of, you know, a lot of other things going on in that state. We got a lot of great things going on in the state of Alabama. We are seeing growth. We're seeing economic growth. But that is the product of, you know, 2-3+ decades of economic development, of legislative efforts that have all been devoted and sort of mapped out and strategized in terms of how those revenues can be spent. I'm not saying that the state of Alabama is broke. That is not at all the picture I'm attempting to paint. What I am attempting to paint is that the state of Alabama, in all of its glory and everything that we have going on economically, was not budgeting for $200+ million in contributions towards a SNAP program. And I've heard this from literally leadership, Republican leadership in the Alabama state legislature. My mother is a senator in the Alabama State Senate, and so we've talked extensively about this. The state is not, I mean, this is a big blow to absorb in a short amount of time. I think anybody in any business setting, you know, understands that. And so we obviously certainly understand the intent behind the cost sharing. We understand the results of the cost sharing. This is not an attempt through this amendment to run from either of those. This is an attempt to give states a fighting chance to absorb these new requirements in a way that does not jeopardize the programs as a whole. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Riley.
Thank you. I'd like to yield time to Jill Takuda.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that Georgia's amassed a $14 billion stockpile, but for the sake of Georgia, I think it's important to note that right now an increased cost share based upon the changes will result in $80 million more annually that they have to put into the SNAP program, and based on their error rate, just about $500 million more annually as well. And so as somebody who ran the Money Committee in the State Senate, I can tell you why $14 billion sounds like a lot. An additional over $500 million a year that is already being budgeted for this state, in addition to other costs that you will have to bear as a result of Medicaid and Medicare cuts in that big, ugly bill. That $14 billion is going to disappear fast, and people will, in fact, be hungry in the state of Georgia. Thank you very much, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Single series of votes.
Order. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady controls the time.
To be clear, I was talking about the additional costs that Georgia will have to incur based upon the cost share, but also reminded them that it's not just about the cuts to SNAP. When we take a look at state budgets and their ability to manage that under their surplus, we have to consider all the cuts we've done in totality as a result of this Congress's action of the big ugly bill, including Medicaid and Medicare.
Does that come
Whoever
back to me?
holds the time, you'll
Do I have
back.
the ball now?
Are we done?
So it's back to me. Shamari, you want more? Yeah, I'll go to Senator Shamari.
Gentleman yields.
Tag.
Yeah, look, I'm passionate about this issue because the state that I represent, like we are, I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's one of the poorest states out there. Individual median income about $33,000 in my state. SNAP it hits a little bit different when 1 in 4 households in your district rely on it. And so we know changes are coming. We know that the state's responsibility with this program has historically and drastically shifted. All we are asking for in this amendment is time, reasonable time to allow state budgets to adjust. State budgets don't work based on mandates from federal budgets. We know that. And so they need time to adjust. And again, this is, I mean, we got support from a number of organizations, bipartisan organizations, governors from both Republican and Democratic states that understand the impact that this is going to have on a budget. This is pretty basic. You know, hundreds of millions of dollars added to a state like Alabama's budget, or any state for that matter. That is a blow and a shock that is tough to absorb without an appropriate runway. And so that is what this amendment seeks, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman? Yes, I seek recognition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support also of this amendment, which would delay the SNAP administration and benefit cost shifts. Right now, as we know, the federal government covers 50% of SNAP administrative costs, but with this, states will be now starting to pick up 75% starting in fiscal year 27. For us in Maryland and for Governor Wes Moore, that's not a small adjustment. It is a major cost shift. It would place an additional estimated $412.5 million burden on our taxpayers and more than $300 million above the state currently contributes to administer SNAP. That's not an insignificant increase for any state budget. And as some of my colleagues have said, that is in addition to the tsunami of cuts that are coming at our state budget, both from RIFs that have happened across our agencies, and so we have less tax dollars into our state coffers, but also because of all these RIFs and cuts that are happening, it's impacting state budgets as they have to deal with Medicaid and so many other costs as well. And we have to remember what SNAP does. In Maryland, the SNAP program feeds more than 680,000 people each month, including nearly 270,000 children. The average benefit is about $180 per month, and that's not excessive. It just helps basic families put food on the table. In FY26, we expect to issue more than $1.6 billion in SNAP benefits, and these changes enacted in H.R. 1 and signed into law in 25 will make it harder for states to maintain this support and harder for families. So I'm just asking that this amendment simply provides time for states to plan, time to adjust, and time to avoid sudden harm to both state budgets and the families who will rely on this program. We have to mitigate the carnage that can happen. I strongly support this amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wisconsin's error rate is 4.47%. A year ago, Alaska's error rate was about 60%. It's now at 24.66%. So Alaska has proven, which is a Republican-run state, and Wisconsin's a Democrat-run state, that you can move with alacrity when required. And all this is doing is trying to encourage responsible bureaucracy. And I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but it's not. Trying to encourage responsible bureaucracy, and the state of Alaska has proven to, reduce their error rate by 2/3 within a single year. One of the issues that we have with administrative costs is that there's no parameters set by the federal government. So states have been using this, including the state of Wisconsin, as a way to pad other parts of their budget. They just send a bill to DC and we pay the bill. So if we're talking about increasing the state cost share by 25% for administrative costs, which we are, it will encourage responsible bureaucracy by the states only charging the federal government or submitting a bill for what they're actually using for administrative costs. One of the things the state of Wisconsin bills the federal government for is job training under administrative costs. Guess what's in here? Job training. So they've been double dipping for a while. And I know this to be true because we called Tony Evers' administration on this and they stopped responding to our emails and phone calls. So that's the type of stuff we're talking about. If the state is required to pay an additional portion of their administrative costs, I believe firmly that they will only charge the federal government for actual administrative costs and not try to float other things under the guise of that. That's why I do not support this amendment. And as I said, the state of Alaska has proven that when they're encouraged to exercise responsible bureaucracy, that it can be done within a timely manner. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Congresswoman McDonald-Rivet for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, the state share of this is going to collapse many state economies that are thriving, not to mention the ones that are state economies that are really struggling. And to hear more about that, I yield the rest of my time to Representative Figures.
Ms. Figures recognized.
Thank you. I hear you on the error rates, and I think everybody shares the ambition and the goal that we root out all unnecessary expenses, all double dipping, all double billing, anybody defrauding the system. We're with you on that, but the administrative expenses are not the bulk of the cost sharing that the states are about to absorb. Hundreds of millions of dollars to the state of Alabama. I mean, that is a shock that we just cannot absorb. I mean, it is going to jeopardize the program. And I'll be introducing an amendment later to hopefully come up with another alternative here. But, if this is not successful, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is the equivalent of, let's say you got $1 million in savings and your wife or husband comes home and says, hey, next year we got to pay $250,000 bill. And by the way, the year after that, we got to pay it again. The year after that, we got to pay it again. The year after that, we got to pay it again and again and again. That $1 million savings is without proper timing and proper ability to restructure some things fiscally, to reassess revenue streams, to reassess expense streams, without the ability to do that sufficiently, you're going to go broke. You're going to go bankrupt. Like, you won't be able to possibly afford that home you live in, the car you drive, or vacations, or whatever else you spend your money on. And so again, this is not some underhanded attempt to undo, anything about what was pushed through with it. This is about the only commodity that you cannot replace on this earth: time. You cannot get time back. And this is what this is about. This is about giving states time to adjust to such a significant change in circumstances and what they have to allocate money towards. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I yield the rest of my time to Ranking Member Chantel Brown.
Thank you. I just want to kind of point out that Alaska was used as an example of improvement. The 9% of the population, which comes to about less than 70,000 people, are on SNAP. in Alaska. So to say that we're, in my district alone, 120,000 people depend on SNAP. So while I appreciate the example, I think it is a little bit misleading to use that as a barometer of metrics on how quickly people can, states can adjust, because that is a fraction of what number of users in the state of Ohio are dependent on SNAP. So I think we have to take those things into account when we're starting to talk about how quickly people can turn, or states can turn things around. That is, in my humble and respectful opinion, a fine example, but misleading when it comes to the tall task that many of our states are up against when we are coming towards facing an administrative cost, a burden to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in a state like Ohio to try to shoulder. So with that, I yield to Ms. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes is recognized.
I just want to say, Democrats also want accountability and responsible bureaucracy, to use your term. I don't want this to be framed as if Democrats are not looking for any accountability, or we want these programs to run in a way that is not the most effective and the most efficient, because we want the maximum amount of these dollars to go to the people that need them the most. What this amendment is about is the time to do that. There seems to be this juxtaposition as if Democrats just want to give away everything with no accountability. That is inherently false. We want to make sure that every dollar that we appropriate through this committee has the most impact on the communities that we serve. We're just asking for the time to do that properly. With that, I yield back.
Time has expired. Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
When I raised my hand up, this topic hadn't come up yet, but we've now beat up on it a little bit. But I was part of the negotiations when this first came out under the reconciliation bill, cost sharing, and I personally thought the original proposal was too steep. And so I remember sitting down with the chairman saying, hey, this is an exorbitant cost on states. And I thought we came up with, over time, I think a reasonable compromise here. States that have high error rates should pay more, and states that have low error rates should pay less. We added time to do it, and this way here we incentivize states to administrate the program better. And those states with low costs actually save a lot of money in the long run. So it's a win-win thing, and it puts pressure on states to do a better job. Some states had terrible rates. Nebraska has a reasonably good rate, could be better still. But I think we got us to a much better spot. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any other members? Ms. Hayes recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to Representative Figures.
Thank you. Representative Bacon, I hear you, and I don't disagree with a word that you just said. This amendment is not about that, though. This is literally just about giving states like Nebraska, and I don't know Nebraska's budget situation. If I was guessing, I would presume it's something similar to Alabama, in that if they get stuck with a $220 million bill in 9 months, it's problematic. They got to make some adjustments. They got to, rob Peter to pay Paul. They got to shift some things around. And so this, again, is just about time. Just give states time to adjust to this. Because states are going to have to we made a tough decision here collectively as a Congress. Obviously, this side of the aisle voted against it. We made it a very tough decision to shift the cost-sharing burden onto states. Well, now states, when they absorb this, they have to make some tough decisions too. What programs to cut, what programs to no longer fund, and how to move money around. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to give states. And again, this is in the grand scheme of things, this is a bipartisan request, because we have, letters of support from bipartisan leadership at the gubernatorial levels and other levels across this country that too are asking just for the time to make these substantial changes. And with that, I yield back to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I just would also like to add something that we haven't really touched upon. We're talking about error rates as if some states are just better at doing it right than others. As Representative Brown pointed out, you have to take into consideration the populations, the economies, but also, I mean, I'm from the state of Connecticut. We're a donor state. We pay more into the federal government than we get back, effectively subsidizing many of the states that we're talking about here today. So this idea, that including not just yours, Representative Figures, but this idea that if states wanted to do it right, they just could. I mean, we are a nation. We're no longer, a confederacy where every state is on their own. We make laws for the entire country. So this is what it looks like for the collective. And the idea that one state might have lower, you're absolutely right, and I applaud that, and we need to get these error rates down. But it's not as simple as just, if you wanted to do it right, you could. We're dealing about the economies, the population, the demographics, all of these things have to be taken into consideration. And once again, I'll say it as many times as I need to, my state gives more to the federal government than we get back. So this idea, if you make a mistake, you should pay for it, then everybody else should pay for their own states as well. California, literally, thank you, Mr. Costa, on behalf of a nation. So this idea, I mean, this is a little bit more nuanced than it's being presented here today. And again, all this amendment does is just ask for time for all the states to get it right. And with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Brown's amendment? Mr. Salinas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Ms. Brown's amendment. Oregon does have one of the highest error rates in the nation. But to Ms. Hayes' point, a big part of that is overpayments. So whether you're paying too much or too little, that counts as a mistake, which equals an error. And so for the state of Oregon, having these new rules that we will have to implement to the tune of $150 million in our biennium budget is only going to cause additional errors if we do not have the time to think through it, to change our programs, to change the back end of the computer programs that are required. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy if we don't have more time to give to states to actually implement this in a way that reduces errors, if that is truly what we're talking about. I actually don't think that's what we're talking about. I think the intent here is to actually kick people off of food that they need. And with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Brown's amendment? Members, I will, let me get the final word here, and then we'll go vote from there. Just a couple of things. I don't want us picking on Alaska. I know they have a whole lot fewer people than Ohio. But what they have and what Pennsylvania and Ohio don't have, we can put 15 Ohios in Alaska. They have the challenge of amazing rural, we're talking rural all uppercase, which pretty impressive, the fact that Alaska can lean in and improve their error rate, given all those miles and that geographic area. I give them a lot of credit. I think they deserve credit. There's error rate was traditionally very high, and they're leaning into it. Just like I know the state of Pennsylvania is leaning into reducing their error rate, which 2 years ago was 17%, then 11%. And the other thing is error rates do come with a price tag. Comes with a price tag for states, and we're actually incentivizing them to save money in the long run. Since fiscal year 2014, FNS has assessed total liabilities of over $73 million in fines from the states. Because when they do have an error rate, there's a fine that comes with it. And so incentivizing states to do a better job is going to save some money. In that, at least in that column, will save some significant dollars. The working family tax cuts signed into law last year delivered long overdue reforms to the SNAP program, controlling costs and preserving the program for those who need it most. This amendment chooses the status quo over the $10 billion in erroneous SNAP payments per year. Now, bureaucratic state mismanagement and fraud and blank checks are for bloated state administrative expenses. And yes, I get it. You know, some of the errors are clerical in nature, and that's why the error rates were carefully designed with encouragement to get to zero. Let's be clear about who the status quo really hurts. The single mom on SNAP working 2 jobs to get back on her feet who has to repay hundreds of dollars in SNAP payments that the state overpaid her through no fault of her own. I don't know where she's going to pull that money from. You know, when the SNAP EBT card is inappropriately overfunded, you know, if you're a family, you're going to use that because that's, you're shocked by it. You don't know why, but you obviously think that this is something you're entitled to, and you're going to spend that money. But the fact is, on an overpayment, the state is going to come back and it's going to claw that money back in the future, putting benefits on your EBT card. Or a grandmother raising her grandchildren who, unbeknownst to her, has been underpaid in her SNAP benefit for months due to calculation errors by her state. So I want to remind everyone that if states decrease these errors, they don't need to pay for any portion of the SNAP benefit. You know, and encouraging folks to do better, I don't know when that became an unpopular or a bad thing, quite frankly. I see most of the states have really taken this very seriously, and they've stepped up, and they're doing a much better job. And I'm hoping that they all get to the point where they reach that threshold in terms of error rates where they don't have to pay anything, because it means that the system is working better that way. On the administrative side, the administrative costs just kept increasing exponentially. Yeah, and it really came down to, you know, if you're spending other people's money, you're just not as careful if you're spending your own. And so there is an opportunity for states to be able to not spend as much there if they just got serious, did a root cause analysis about their administration of the SNAP program, and put actions in place to be able to be efficient. In fact, you know, with technology today, there are great opportunities to reduce the cost of administration if they're willing to do that. That is a state decision on how they pursue their administration. So it's imperative that these reforms go into effect when intended. A delay would be a disgrace to the taxpayers and our neighbors in need. And unfortunately, for those reasons, I will be opposing this amendment. With that, seeing no other conversation, my script. Hearing no further conversation, the question is on Ms. Brown's amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Yes, ma'am. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Is there further debate or amendments? I know that Mr. Vasquez has an amendment he had notified me of. The clerk will report the title of Mr. Vasquez's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 140.
Amendment number 140, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an easy fix for us on Title 4.
Give me a second
Sure.
here. The amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Mexico, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This afternoon, I have an easy fix for us here in Title 4, a mistake from H.R. 1. My amendment would cut the red tape imposed under H.R. 1 to ensure that no veteran is forced to go hungry after serving their country. For decades, federal law has recognized the value of military service by exempting veterans from SNAP work requirements. This was done pre-H.R. 1. This allowed our veterans, many of whom live with service-related health conditions which limit their ability to work, to use food assistance to feed themselves or their families after they worked hard to protect our American freedoms. However, under H.R. 1, the 8% of veterans nationwide that rely on SNAP face these new work requirements in order to keep their benefits beyond 3 months. New Mexico is among the top 4 states in which veterans rely on SNAP to feed themselves, a list that includes Oregon, Louisiana, and West Virginia. Making it harder for those who served our nation to eat each day is no way to thank them or to honor their service. We often talk about not doing enough domestically for veterans, and I've heard complaints from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we spend too much on immigrants and not enough on veterans facing hardship. Well, here's your chance to live those values. While I understand that my amendment has an impact to the overall SNAP budget and restores partial funding to serve veterans, I can't imagine how anyone in this room can look a hungry veteran in their district in the face and say, you voted against feeding them because they aren't considered budget neutral in the Agriculture Committee. That's an insult to their service. So I think everyone in this room can agree that our service members have already worked hard to protect our freedom and have earned our attention and our support in this committee. I hope that we can work across the aisle to cut the red tape on veteran work requirements that were put in H.R. 1 and send them instead a big thank you from this committee for their service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank him for that. Other members that seek recognition to speak. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Vasquez for offering this amendment, and I agree with him. I think our veterans deserve a hell of a lot better. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I misheard you, but during the debate on Ms. Adams' amendment on the USDA report, I thought I heard you say that the figures with regard to hunger and food insecurity in this country have been exaggerated. And if that is indeed what you said, I strongly, strongly object. If anything, it's underreported. And within our veteran community in particular, it is underreported. Veterans who have served our country, who have put their lives on the line for our country, deserve a hell of a lot better. Certainly, they should not go hungry. They should not be in the condition of food insecurity. And the idea, that somehow we are, kind of targeting this group and basically saying we are not going to provide them these benefits, that they now have to be subject to these new requirements, I think is particularly offensive. It's being, the justification is that somehow we're trying to save money. Well, I mean, I hate to tell you, but since you guys have been in charge, the debt has increased, in large part because of huge tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires and big corporations. Nobody has any problem with that. But the reality is that hunger is a real problem in America, and it is a big problem in America. I suppose if you're looking at life through the eyes of Mar-a-Lago, you don't see the extent of hunger in our communities. It's everywhere. It's in rural areas, it's in suburban areas, it's in urban areas. But I mean, we ought to understand that we have a special obligation to our veteran community. And again, I want to thank Mr. Vasquez for offering this amendment. I wholeheartedly support it. I would like to think that we could, at a bipartisan basis, unanimously approve this amendment. Again, I thank the gentleman for offering it, and I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you so much, Mr. McGovern.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I simply want to add my support for this very strong amendment. I'll be voting yes on this amendment to restore veterans' exemption from these paperwork requirements, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same.
Mr. McGovern, time is yours.
Do you need more than
Yes.
2 minutes, or?
No.
Okay, I yield to the gentlelady, Ms. Adams.
Recognize
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Adams.
I rise in support of this amendment. It's a great amendment. Honestly, if I have to explain why or try to convince people why it's important, then that's a problem. But I will point out that these work requirements for veterans exist because of the One Big Ugly Bill. The One Big Ugly Bill that Republicans drafted, passed over the summer, removed previous SNAP exemptions for veterans. North Carolina is home to 46,000 veterans who receive SNAP benefits each month. Men and women who served our country, they defended our freedoms, and now they deserve our support at home, not additional hurdles just because of a partisan bill. So let's fix this. Let's protect our veterans, make sure that the benefits that they rely on aren't taken away. Thank you. I yield back to the gentleman.
Back. Mr. Bacon from Nebraska is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. 70% of Americans in every poll, some up to 80%, support work requirements. Now, I would agree if there was no special protections this is a legitimate concern. But under H.R. 1, states will once again be required to engage able-bodied veterans who receive SNAP and ask for 20 hours of work, or if they can't find a job, 20 hours of volunteering, or if that's not available, 20 hours of education, or 20 hours of job training, or 20 hours of looking for a job. But it does give special guardrails for our veterans. Veterans who are over the age of 64 will not have to have work requirements. If they have mental or physical disabilities, they will not have to have work requirements. If they have PTS, they will not have to have work requirements. If they're taking care of a dependent under the age of 14, they will not have to have work requirements. Taking care of a disabled child or an aging parent, they will not have work requirements. If they're participating in a drug or alcohol treatment program, they will not have to have work requirements. If they're in school, as already mentioned, if they're in school getting training, at least 20 hours a week, they could still be eligible for SNAP. So I think we got the guardrails in here, and when the American people hear these safety precautions, the guardrails that we have in there, poll after poll, Americans support work requirements at 70%. I yield.
Nice.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. And as Dr. Adams said, if we have to explain why it's important to support our veterans who are in these unique situations, that's already a problem. I'm just thinking, like in our community, in my community, how painful it is to see someone with, you know, a hat or a shirt or something that identifies them as a veteran, and you see that they are homeless or unemployed. It's not enough to just keep saying thank you for your service if we are not actively working to support these veterans. And then to take away food for 3 years. I mean, this gets more and more egregious. Many of these veterans have trouble finding a suitable role. Many have little work experience beyond the military or just need support adjusting back to civilian life. I would argue that their debt to our country has been paid, and we need to do all we can to help them get back on their feet. And I just think about my interactions with my constituents who are veterans and even people in my family. Some of these things are not as obvious as they're being played out here. It's not like people just come home and go right back into society. Many of our veterans have a hard time even asking for help. You know, many of them literally are just devastated by the fact that they're even in that position to need help. And this seems like a very easy one that we can address. I mean, we've talked about all of the people who don't want to work, who don't want to do anything. These are people who literally were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for this country. And this is the group that we want to target here with this legislation. I mean, all this proves is that this is equal opportunity cruelty. No community is exempt. No person is exempt, you know. And again, we're doing all of these things in contrast to a bill that made tax breaks for the wealthiest individuals permanent, you know, at a time where it's been revealed that the commander-in-chief only paid $750 in federal taxes. You know, and this is the group that we want to target. So I will be supporting this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. If there's a group that we can agree that we need to support, I would argue that this is it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Sorensen is recognized for 5 minutes.
Somebody remind me to call my cardiologist because I'm going to need some more blood pressure medicine. I cannot believe that we are here today. And people on the other side of the aisle are saying, you know what? Sorry, you may have gone off to war, but go get a job and then come back to us for your $6. I sit on the House Armed Services Committee right now, where we have tens of thousands of Americans in harm's way. These are the future veterans that we're going to need to take care of. How do you have it in your conscience to not say very simply in this amendment, the amendment would exempt veterans from SNAP work requirements to improve access to nutrition assistance for those who have served? That's how easy this is. And you know what? As Mr. Lucas, I wish he was in the committee right now because he could help talk me down. He would probably so eloquently say that, and remind me that this isn't a political issue. Look, we're all running for re-election. We all need to prove to every veteran that we have their back, and that we will do everything for every veteran, no matter where they served, no matter who they are, no matter what circumstance they find themselves in today. So let's find a way to make this the bipartisan amendment that we can all support. And with that, I yield to my colleague from New Mexico.
Thank you, Eric. Well, let me just say that for decades, existing federal law recognized the value of military service by exempting veterans from SNAP work requirements. Again, prior to H.R. 1, this was the law of the land. This is the way that Congress recognized we could give back to those veterans who served. Now, some of the exemptions that the gentleman from Nebraska mentioned, although they seem seemingly harmless, this is more red tape. This is part of the problem when you add all these different categories and you're asking a veteran who's recently returned from war to see which category he fits into, where he's going to volunteer, how he's going to complete these 20 work hours. Listen, in my office, we deal with veterans that are dealing with the most basic issues to seek access to mental health care from their local VA or their local CBOC. We're in short supply of VSOs. It is not that easy to reintegrate and fit yourself into one of these categories, and that's one of the reasons why veterans were exempt prior to H.R. 1 from these SNAP work requirements in the first place. We should be making life easier for veterans for the most basic needs like feeding themselves, and we did that. We have a legacy of doing that in a bipartisan way. That was the federal law that was recognized prior to H.R. 1. And so I want to thank Mr. Riley and Mr. Gray for co-sponsoring the Feed Our Veterans Act with me, and for Congresswoman Hayes for leading on this issue as well for so many years in the past. So with that, I do urge a bipartisan support. Again, if you look at my amendment, it's probably the shortest amendment, if not one of the shortest amendments you'll see in this markup today. It restores in H.R. 1 this exemption for veterans, easy to do. It's a great way for all of us to go back to our district and say, hey, we're not just talking about how we're helping you here in Congress. We actually did it by making sure that we restored the exemption for you to make sure that you have something to eat every day. I think that's a pretty noble thing for all of us to be able to do when we get back home to our districts following this farm bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time to Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen's recognized.
To the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Figures recognized.
Mr. Vasquez, how long are the benefits we're talking about extending the veterans? How long would they be eligible for the benefits here?
In perpetuity.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Van Orden is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am the longest serving enlisted member of the United States military to ever get elected to Congress in the history of our country. I'm also the senior Navy SEAL here, meaning team time. I believe I have more combat time than any member of Congress in the history of our country. And I do have to say, we are different people as veterans. And, we're not children. We're not. And we are more than capable of doing things that oftentimes other people with the greatest intention, believe that we need to be done for us. And that's just not the case. And I serve as the subcommittee chair for economic opportunity, responsible for the GI Bill, the home loan guarantee, prevention of veteran suicide, of which I'm failing objectively at that right now, trying to get that done with the VA. And I'm going to support this amendment. The reason being is, you know, oftentimes we are expected to carry some water that other people aren't. And so with everything I just said, you know, it seems like I'm contradicting myself, but I'm not. And this is why. There's text in here in HR 1 where honestly this amendment is redundant because it doesn't apply. But I think it's very important that we send a signal to the less than 1% of Americans that serve in the military. So even though, let me be explicitly clear, the provisions in HR 1 do not prevent veterans from doing this. So I view this as duplicative. But for me, it's critically important, Mr. Vasquez, that our veterans do understand that we will go the extra mile for them. And that is why I'll be supporting this amendment. I yield.
Costa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening carefully to the comments of our colleagues on this amendment, and I too support it. We all draw from our own personal experiences, our families, and our constituents who we represent. As I said last night, I have the highest SNAP recipients in the state of California out of 52 districts. And when we talk about those who have served our nation, in my case, 3 generations of my family, my grandmother was a Gold Star mother, as was my aunt, making the ultimate sacrifice, we understand what it does to families. And we're talking about families here of veterans who, in my district, for the most part, are those who come back and who we salute and we try to respond to, who in many of the cases that we deal with in our constituent services have come back with disabilities. We work on their efforts with the Veterans Administration on sometimes as they age, their disabilities grow in challenges that they have to face. And so I think there's tremendous merit, I think, not just in my congressional district, but in all of our districts when we talk about our veterans who have to deal with challenges that because of their service to our country that otherwise were not a part of their makeup prior to their service. That needs to be taken into account. And I think this amendment attempts to deal with that. So I think, you know, we all have different circumstances, but for the veterans in my district, I think this amendment will help our constituent efforts to try to respond to their needs so that they and their family can be able to at least enjoy a quality meal every night, knowing that that in fact they are sometimes transitioned to a place of food insecurity. And I think this amendment helps address that issue, and I, for all those reasons, support the amendment and its efforts. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak? When Mr. Riley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Gabe, for leading this, and thanks, Derek, for supporting it. I just for the life of me, I don't know why this is so complicated. We're here debating whether a previous law and then a subsequent law made it so that certain veterans meet certain criteria or certain veterans satisfy certain requirements. I mean, they're veterans. They're veterans. Like that's good enough for me. It's that simple in my mind. If you're a veteran, you've served our country, you're some of the most patriotic people and self-sacrificing people around. If you're a veteran and you're hungry, the very least this place can do is give you $6 a day for a meal. So I am proud to support this amendment and the underlying bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do so too.
Gentleman yields.
And I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition? If not, I'll share my perspective and then we will call for a vote. You know, after the passage of H.R. 1 last summer, the states will once again be required to engage SNAP recipients who are veterans in work, volunteer opportunities, or job training for 20 hours a week after the first 3 months to continue, extend beyond the first 3 months of receiving SNAP. That was the status quo for 26 years before the Democrats demanded that we deny veterans a chance at the opportunity and upward mobility that comes from work and career and technical education and the Fiscal Responsibility Act negotiations. As you've heard previously, veterans were over the age of 64, mentally or physically disabled, taking care of a dependent under the age of 14, taking care of a disabled child or aging parent in their home, participating in drug or alcohol treatment programs, in school at least half-time, or participating in a job training program at least half-time, are exempt from the work requirement. Exempting every veteran outright from this chance at climbing the ladder of opportunity is misguided. I think it's awful to deny these veterans an opportunity to be able to have, when they return to the community and take, you know, the first 3 months, it takes a little while. Like I said, my son's last day in uniform after 22 years was just about 4 nights ago. And so there's a 3 months transition period, but to deny veterans an opportunity to have our country invest in their future through SNAP employment and career and technical education, I think that's disgusting, quite frankly. And of course, I'm a huge fan of career and technical education. I think it's education is the pathway to opportunity, and so I strongly oppose this amendment and urge all members to do the same.
Chairman, sorry, I'm late. Can I make a comment, or is that time over now?
Well, it's technically over, and I can't see who's speaking. Oh, there you go, Mr. Venman. There you go. Go ahead, Mr. Venman. I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just briefly here, I mean, as a veteran myself, as a representative of 72,000 veterans in my district, and nearly 20,000 active duty service members, and having been minted a veteran as a result of a couple of decades of conflict in the Middle East, and now on the precipice of minting God knows how many more veterans in a new conflict, a war of choice in the Middle East. I think what we're actually losing is the opportunity to provide veterans a hand up when they're in need. This is not obviously every veteran that's seeking SNAP. It's veterans that are in a particular situation that have found themselves in a situation where they need $6 a day of support. And I think that's just not too much to ask, is that we provide veterans that are put their butts on the line and are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for this country, $6 a day. And that's what it comes down to for me. So thank you.
The hearing no further conversation, questions on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Yes, sir. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I've got a running list of folks who have reached out, starting with Ms. Takuda from Hawaii has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seek recognition to call up amendment number 128.
It's supposed to be Ken. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 128, offered by Ms. Takuda of Hawaii.
Very good. Having
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady sponsored amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, the administration eliminated $660 million in local food for schools funding. That's 42 benefits throughout the country that benefited from these funds. Secretary Rollins said it wasn't in alignment with department priorities. Feeding children fresh food grown by American farmers, helping schools buy directly from local producers, making sure kids have healthy meals on their trays, providing a $660 million guaranteed market for American farmers. If this isn't a priority of the USDA, we should be asking ourselves, why not? On the USDA website, it specifically states we have a vision to promote agriculture production that better nourishes Americans. Call me crazy, but this sure sounds like it's in alignment. What this really was about, though, was taking locally grown food out of the mouths of children to feed more tax breaks for billionaires who've already gotten fat off of our tax dollars. That is the truth behind these cuts. Because these weren't abstract dollars on a spreadsheet. They were real contracts, real crops, real expectations. Farmers planted fields believing there would be markets. Small producers invested in certifications and infrastructures. Schools built procurement plans around serving fresher, healthier meals. For millions of kids, school lunch isn't optional. For many, it may be the only meal that they get that day. The local Food for Schools program made sure school meals were healthier while driving dollars back into rural economies, strengthening small farms, and keeping food supply chains rooted in their communities. Programs like Local Food for Schools are rare in government because they work on every level. Local farmers and ranchers need stable markets. Hungry children need nutritious foods. Putting those two needs together strengthens rural economies, shortens supply chains, improves public health, and encourages and introduces young Americans to the value of locally grown food, creating the next generation of consumers who will sustain American agriculture. That's not waste, that's not misalignment, that's smart policy. And for anyone questioning whether this amendment is germane to the Farm Bill or this committee's jurisdiction, the answer is quite simple. This program is funded through the Commodity Credit Corporation, an entity directly under the authority of the Secretary of Agriculture, the very department overseen by this committee. Secretary Rollins was the one who made the determination to cut this funding. Schools and child care centers are merely the distribution point. This is, in fact, an agriculture program, food from our farmers, which means the responsibility to restore these cuts belongs to us. We cannot claim to stand for farmers while eliminating their markets. We cannot claim to care about nutrition while cutting programs that put fresh food in front of children. And we cannot claim to make America healthy again while dismantling one of the most effective farm-to-table programs this country has ever implemented. My amendment is straightforward. It restores the funding that was terminated by the USDA. It honors commitments made to farmers. It gives schools and child care centers certainty, and most importantly, it ensures that our kids eat. We can disagree passionately, as we have all day today, on many amendments before this committee. That's part of the process, but this should not be one of those fights, because at its core, this is about something bigger than politics. It's about whether we can come together around a simple idea. American farmers should be the ones feeding American kids. Canceling these cuts means farmers sell what they produce. Canceling these cuts means communities grow stronger. And canceling these cuts mean our children are able to eat. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of this aisle to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Other members that seek recognition to speak on to Mr. Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to speak to support in this amendment. As I noted earlier several different times about the level of SNAP recipients in my congressional district, this afternoon I'll meet with Natalie Caples, who's the CEO of the Central California Food Bank. The food bank in our area is trying to make up the difference for the gaps that have now only grown greater for those folks that are food insecure. And this program that was ceased last year, as the author of the amendment noted, has really made a difference in our area in terms of negatively impacting the schools and negatively impacting the farmers that participated in the program. And the fact that these farmers were able to do what they do so well, which is grow some of the most nutritious food and to make it available for the schools in the four-county area has really created a vacuum. And this amendment obviously would restore that program. It's good public policy for the farmers that participate in the program because they economically benefit. It's good for the schools. I have the third largest school district in California, Fresno Unified. Every day they provide 55,000 lunches in 85 school sites and 19,000 breakfasts. I mean, it's amazing. And so when this program was cut last year, it created a vacuum. It impacted the school districts in the four-county area, it affected the food banks, and it affected the farmers, and affected people who are food insecure. For all of those reasons, I urge you to consider supporting this amendment because it just makes good sense. It's good public policy when you can marry together the important needs of people who are food insecure and the farmers who are preferring to be able to provide that to local markets and also support the food banks in their efforts. For all of those reasons, this is a very good amendment. We should restore this program. It was effective until it was ended, and I think we need to put it back in place. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members who seek recognition. Mrs. Pingree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for submitting this amendment about an extremely important, maybe not well-known program that did so many good things while it was operating. And I have to say, I just shake my head when I think about why the USDA would cut off this program. Had huge bipartisan support, and it did all of the things that we say as members of the Ag Committee and as supporters of American agriculture that we're here to do. It was the perfect coming together of giving farmers contracts to sell food locally and making sure the kids got more healthy food in their school lunch programs. Two things we talk about all the time. Now, in a state like mine, in the state of Maine, this was very beneficial to many farmers who were able to get contracts with local school districts for something that they were producing. Perhaps they increased the amount of carrots they were growing that year. Or somebody like the Milk House Dairy Farm in Monmouth, Maine. Their creamery was supplying yogurt to many Maine schools. And while I didn't participate earlier in the yogurt debate, let's just make it clear the best yogurt is produced in Maine by some of our farmers. And if you haven't tried it, please enter me in the yogurt contest because you will admit without a doubt that this is the best. But that gave kids an opportunity to try these locally grown foods that taste better. I know from talking to parents and teachers and others that often when a kid is eating some food, if a carrot shows up or Brussels sprouts on their lunch plate, but they know it came from a local farm, they know the farmer, or maybe they've been able to visit or the farmers come to visit, it makes them even that much more enthusiastic about eating those healthy foods. And that's the other side of this. School lunches are an important place for kids to try new foods and to get a healthy meal every day. For many kids, it's the only important meal that they get during the day, and it gives them that opportunity to make sure that they're getting the proper nutrition and eating the foods that are going to make them have a productive day at school. It also is a way for school lunch programs to stretch their budgets. We all meet with so many of the people who work behind the scenes in our school lunch program, food service people, who tell us all the time they're just barely scraping by to put enough food on the plate. And they often have to feed kids things that they know aren't as healthy as they would like, but it's just what fits in the budget. More rice, more starchy food, less protein, less fruits and vegetables. And so the fact that this was also supplementing that program was so critically important. I want to just tell you that we have never had a farmers' rally in the state capitol in Maine before this past year. And the first time that I had witnessed farmers coming in on their tractors and showing up to show how mad they were last year about the agriculture policies of this administration was right around the time that their contracts got canceled. They were so angry that the USDA would turn their back on them midstream and cancel these contracts that they had counted on to produce enough income to get through the year, and planned on to make sure that they could make ends meet. And we all pay lip service to farmers' bankruptcies and trying to help farmers make ends meet. Well, this was a simple program that accomplished so many things, but made sure it was another source of income to our farmers. So why the USDA would cancel a program like this, and why this committee wouldn't make it a priority to reinstate it, is truly beyond me. As I said, it did all of the right things. It promoted more local foods. It put money in the pocket of our farmers. It gave kids healthier school lunches, helped out our schools, and made sure we got more healthy, nutritious food on kids' plates. Again, this is such an important part of the MAHA agenda. We've heard RFK talking about making school lunches healthy again. We've heard him talk about getting kids healthier food and fruits and vegetables. All of these things could be accomplished with this program. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment. I hope for all of the reasons I've stated, you will support it, and we will continue to do what we know is an important thing for our states and our communities. And I thank the sponsor again, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any member? Mr. McGovern is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the gentlelady from Hawaii for the amendment. I think it's an important amendment. And like the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, I don't understand why USDA canceled this. I mean, I thought this had broad bipartisan support. I thought everybody thought this was a good idea. And then all of a sudden, it's gone, and everybody's now rallying around defending it being cut. You know, the new dietary guidelines call for eating more whole foods, and our school meal programs are supposed to align with the dietary guidelines. I mean, eating whole foods like fruits and vegetables and meals that are scratch cooked are more costly, quite frankly, than serving our kids frozen pizza. That's just a reality. I mean, but we owe it to our kids to serve them nutritious breakfasts and lunches in schools. They learn better when they have access to nutritious food. That's why I have long championed legislation to increase the reimbursement rate for school breakfasts and lunches. But what I can't understand is how the Trump administration is on one hand telling schools to serve kids whole foods, and on the other hand cutting the very programs that actually help schools purchase those foods. It just doesn't make any sense. So I strongly support Representative Takuta's amendment to reinstate the local food for schools program, which helps school districts buy fruits and vegetables from local farmers. It's good for our kids, it's great for our farmers, and it makes no sense as to why this administration wants to kill this successful program. I've visited schools all across Massachusetts that have used this funding to transform meals programs. I taught a farm in Hadley, Massachusetts, which is in the western part of the state, with the mayor of Boston, where they were purchasing vegetables from this farm to be used in meals in Boston public schools. And she was making the connection with the farmers about the good that they were doing in Boston, but she was also going back to Boston and telling the kids and teachers about where this food comes from and about the importance of supporting our local farmers. These kids are now more aware of where their food comes from and how it's grown. The kids love the food, and the farmers love the program because it gives them new markets for their products. So if we want to transform school meals and help make them more nutritious, we have to restore the local food for schools program. Again, this is hugely successful. It used to be bipartisan until this latest administration took place, but it just doesn't make any sense. You know, and I want my Republican colleagues to defend some of these programs that you know are good, push back a little bit on this administration when they're overreaching, when they're doing things that, quite frankly, are not only harmful to our farmers, but harmful to the health and well-being of our students. And so I support this amendment wholeheartedly. I hope we get a unanimous vote. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Figures is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I associate myself with the remarks of all of my colleagues on this point. This is an opportunity, I think, again, for us to, show the American people that in working on the Farm Bill, we actually remember where food comes from and who helps grow it and produce it for us. This is a wildly successful program, something that had tangible benefits and tangible outcomes tangible, productive, and positive outcomes for hundreds of thousands of students across this country. The state of Alabama lost $16 million in this project. When this funding went away, we lost $16 million. Now, that's not $16 million to the state of Alabama. That is $16 million to the farmers in the state of Alabama. That is $16 million to the people that are out there in the dirt, in the mud, planting, harvesting these fresh fruits and vegetables. And that's what this bill is supposed to be about, is supporting the people that are supporting this country, supporting the people we say that we all want to support, supporting the people that are producing the things that we say are critical to our national security. I think national security is even in the title of this year's iteration of the bill, and I too think that food is a issue of national security. But these are the people that are out there doing it. And, you know, they aren't veterans in the sense of the military, but they are veterans in the sense of providing this country with the fuel it needs to go, literally, for human consumption. And so I think we have an obligation to restore this program. I think it is consistent with a lot of bipartisan goals that we want regarding health and nutrition and well-being of children. And it's a program that has made sense. There's not been any evidence produced of any fraud or any waste or any abuse or any gross mismanagement of the funds associated with this program. It's a program that's been around for a very long time, a program that has been doing exactly what it was designed to do, and a program that at the same time, while achieving those outcomes, is benefiting and supporting our local farmers. Our local farmers. They're not a bunch of middlemen involved in this process. This is literally directly from the farms to the school systems, and in some cases directly from the farms to the individual schools. This is common sense. We haven't been provided with a sufficient explanation as to why this program was cut in the first place, but it has tangible results. I've met with some of the farmers who had contracts under this program in the state of Alabama, and it's a big hit. It's a big hit. $16 million in farm revenue. That's a big hit. And so it's my hope that we can take this opportunity to show the people that we know where food comes from, know who produces it. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Kuda. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Dr. Adams recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this amendment at a time when farmers are facing increased input costs and uncertainty due to tariffs, and when grocery costs have not come down. More families are relying on food banks and school meals. It's reckless and cruel to not reestablish this program. I've heard from farmers, food banks, and schools in my district that were devastated to see this program canceled by the administration last year. The program is simple and it makes sense. This program created a market for farmers. It helped farmers connect with community and vice versa. It allowed children to have access to local, healthy foods. This amendment reestablished local food for schools with $660 million a year in annual mandatory funding, which matches what the program received in 2025 before the administration canceled it. I support the amendment. It's a good amendment, and I appreciate the member for bringing it forward, and I would ask that we get support, that we support this amendment because it's very much needed. Our children can't wait. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members who seek recognition to speak on this amendment. The other members seek recognition. The ranking member is recognized.
I'd just like to reiterate my support. Thank you.
And the gentlelady yield back. Okay. That's all right. If there's no other members seeking recognition, I'll weigh in on this, and then we'll call for a vote. Just a little background. The Local Food for Schools Cooperative Agreement Program was a temporary USDA program funded by the Commodity Credit Corporation in the Biden administration. It was not authorized by Congress. I'll be honest with you and give you some inside baseball. You know, I thought it was a really good proposal, but unfortunately, Secretary Vilsack saw no use of the legislative branch. You know, I thought this is how we do it. We're supposed to legislate it and not go ahead without that. USDA awarded funds to states in that circumstances for food assistance, purchases of domestic local foods for distribution to schools and child care institutions. I really liked it, not as chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, but quite frankly, as a senior member on Education Workforce. You know, connecting our kids with where their food comes from. But that's, I was shocked when the parliamentarians actually approved this amendment in our jurisdiction, and they did. But clearly, we don't provide for the food. It may be administered by USDA, but that's education and workforce. And I'm not pushing that issue of jurisdiction. The parliamentarian said it was okay to do. This amendment would reinstate the local food for schools program with $660.1 million in annual funding from the CCC, which I'm not sure can handle. Well, I know it can handle, beginning in the year 2027. This bill we have, we were able to work with another author. It authorizes the state-led local food purchasing program similar to the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement, which was a sister program to LFS that provides food for distribution to food banks and food pantries. That's a part of this bill. And so, you know, I thank the General Lady for offering this amendment. I want to work with her going forward as chair and also a senior member in Education Workforce. You know, I'm proud that the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026 authorizes new state-led local food purchasing programs similar to the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement Program, or LFPA, which USDA operated with temporary funds until last year. This program will provide whole, nutritious foods for food banks and food pantries. But because of the budgetary constraints, at this moment, I have to recommend a no vote on this amendment, but I would really like to work with Mrs. Takuda on ways to support local purchasing programs into our school system. I think it's not just great nutritional food, but having these kids connect with where their food comes from. But we do, you know, we may need to be creative and find some ways to be able to get that funded. I'm not sure the CCC is going to be able to handle it. Maybe in the future we could, anyways, I look forward to working with you on that. Sadly, I'm going to have to recommend a no vote at this moment. So, hearing no further conversation, questions on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. Independent chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 312. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. And I believe there, let's see, Mrs. Kamick has an amendment at the desk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and this amendment is simple.
Hold on a second. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 126, offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is simple. If SNAP benefits are used to produce meat, if SNAP benefits are used to purchase meat, seafood, dairy, eggs, fruits, and vegetables, then these products should be grown, raised, harvested, or produced here in the United States, with the reasonable exception being that if something isn't available or it would create a financial burden, this requirement could be waived. I believe if American taxpayers are funding the program, then it should be American veggies, fruits, meat, and dairy products that should be used. This amendment is about strengthening our domestic agricultural production. It is about strengthening our supply chains, and yes, it is about national security, because as we all know, a nation that cannot feed itself is not secure. SNAP represents tens of billions of dollars in annual food purchasing power. That purchasing power should support the farmers and ranchers who operate under some of the highest labor, safety, and environmental standards in the world. It shouldn't undercut them with imports produced under much weaker standards. But that is exactly what is happening. Decades of poor record keeping can only give us ballpark estimates of imports, which is why I am grateful for the report language included in this package, which will require that data finally be acquired, updated, and maintained. In Florida, our farmers and ranchers have weathered hurricanes, inflation, freezes, and unstable markets. And they're not asking for special treatment. They're asking for fairness. When federal nutrition dollars are spent, those dollars should strengthen the American producer and our supply chain. I want to be clear. This amendment does not restrict access. It includes flexibility if products are not available or if there would be an undue burden, and I have to emphasize that because there have been questions on this. It provides time for our retailers to adapt. This is practical, balanced, and it aligns with nutritional policy and our domestic production capability. We talk a lot in this committee about food security. Food security starts with producing that food right here at home. And again, if the American taxpayer is paying for it, then it should be an American product that they are purchasing. I look forward to continuing the conversation and about implementation and jurisdiction, but my goal here today is to highlight this critical adjustment very much needed in our system today, and to continue working towards a solution that supports American agriculture. With that, I am willing to withdraw the amendment, and I look forward to working with the chairman in this committee to advance this. I yield.
Well, I thank the gentle lady for offering this. All of our federal nutrition programs, including SNAP, should support the purchase of food products grown, produced, and manufactured in the United States to the extent practical. Look forward to continuing to work with the gentle lady in assessing the feasibility and the impact of this change. Any other members have, well, I know there are. We have a queue here. People have indicated. Mr. Figures from Alabama is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 88.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 88, offered by Mr. Figures of Alabama.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Alabama, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is an amendment I will be honest with. I would like to think that we can get unanimous support for, because it offers every member on this committee an opportunity to put a stamp on something that we all have said and or affirmed. Regardless of how bitter the H.R. 1 process got, regardless of how divisive or how divided our ideologies have seemed over the SNAP programs, one thing I will give credit to everyone in here for doing is I never heard a single member of this committee say it was their intent or their goal to eliminate the SNAP program. Not a Republican, not a Democrat has said that that is their goal. This amendment gives us an opportunity to stand by that goal. We created a significant problem in H.R. 1 with SNAP. What we did was, we'll call it an unintended consequence, but what we did was, for the first time in that program's history, created the potential for a state to eliminate the program altogether if they cannot meet the cost sharing. We're well aware of the cost sharing requirements that have been implemented, but what was not addressed in H.R. 1 and what has not been addressed by USDA is what happens if a state cannot or does not meet the cost sharing for whatever reason, whether intentional, whether unintentional, whether fiscally related or whether politically related. What happens if a state does not meet the cost sharing? We had a hearing here with several witnesses from around this country where I asked their understanding of what happens. And this is a bipartisan panel. These are witnesses I had no hand in picking, and I presume the majority picked the majority of the witnesses. I asked each one of those SNAP program administrators, what is your understanding, or is it your understanding that if a state does not meet the cost sharing, will the SNAP program exist in your state? And their answer was it was their understanding that it would not exist. If a state could not meet the cost sharing, then there would be no federal share to come with it. And in sitting on this committee, when we went through this process, that was nobody's stated intent. That was no one's stated goal to put states in a position where they had the authority to, for all intents and purposes, eliminate the SNAP program altogether. And so what this amendment does is provide a safeguard. It provides a guarantee that if a state cannot meet the cost sharing for whatever reason, if they do not meet the cost sharing, then the federal share will still be paid. It does not mean that the federal government will take on the state's share that they were supposed to share. It only states that the federal government share will still come to those states so that the states will at least still be able to provide benefits to the SNAP recipients that otherwise would have been there, albeit it will be without the state share. So it will still be a lower amount than the state should have had altogether. This is pretty straightforward. I think this is something that no one here wants to happen. I will give that benefit to everybody here, that you do not want to see states eliminate the SNAP program. But that is the dynamic that we created. That is the potential that we created with a lack of clarity within H.R. 1 and a lack of subsequent clarity to come out of USDA. And so I urge all of my colleagues to stand with me on this issue and provide that clarity, provide that certainty, because if we do not, then we run the risk of states refusing to participate in SNAP programs. And all of the passionate dialogue and talk that I've heard in this committee today about wanting to preserve and maintain SNAP and get the benefits to the people that need it the most, we cannot stand by those words if we do not support this amendment. Because this amendment ensures that at least the federal share will come to those states. Again, I'll say this again for clarity. This is not an amendment that says, hey, if a state doesn't meet the cost share, that the federal government picks up their cost share. That is not what this amendment is seeking to do. This is seeking to ensure that there are SNAP benefits available in every single state. In every single state. And I would like to believe that everyone shares that same ambition, that same goal. We understand where we are with what is passed with H.R. 1, and I understand, I'm a realist. I know we aren't rolling back in all likelihood of the cuts associated with it. But at a bare minimum, we can ensure that the SNAP programs are not eliminated in states across this country if they, for whatever reason, do not meet the cost share. This does not cost the federal government a single extra penny than what it would already be on the hook for if the state did meet the cost share. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and ask for unanimous support of this amendment.
I thank the gentleman who yields back. Other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I simply want to say that bipartisan governors and state and local officials have spoken out very strongly about their concerns with H.R. 1's SNAP cost shifts, and they've asked members of Congress to delay these unfunded mandates, citing fears that it will undermine the program's viability in many of their states. Some have suggested their states may opt out of SNAP entirely due to this unfunded mandate. This amendment would ensure that states that can't meet their match aren't forced to stop participating in SNAP altogether, and that hardworking families struggling to afford groceries aren't the only ones forced to pay the price by losing their food assistance. I urge my colleagues to please support the amendment by our colleague and join me in supporting this amendment.
Now recognize Dr. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to support the amendment as well, and thank the gentleman for bringing it forward. It's about protecting families' access to food while ensuring that states can continue to participate in SNAP. Now, under Republicans' big ugly bill, some states will struggle to meet new benefit cost shift. I know North Carolina is already grappling with this. This is a hard decision of possibly not being able to carry SNAP. This approach recognizes the fiscal realities that states face while keeping the focus where it belongs, making sure children, seniors, working families do not see their food assistance taken away. SNAP supports not only households, but also local grocers and rural economies. Ensuring continued participation in the program protects both families and communities. I support the amendment, and I would certainly urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you for bringing it forward. I yield back.
Joe Lay yields back. Mr. McGovern's recognized.
No, I would just say to Mr. Figures, I strongly support the amendment. You know, I have a radical idea that when we deal with farm bills and we get to the nutrition title, we ought to be talking about how you end hunger in this country once and for all. And instead, we're here, you know, offering amendments to kind of block attempts to basically take food away from hungry people. And it really kind of misses the point, in my opinion. Look, I mean, the notion that we may have some governors, we may have some states that may not be able to meet the match, and then they can't provide food for the people in their states is unconscionable. And there may be even some governors out there that may intentionally want to opt out of this program because they don't believe that this is an appropriate role for government. But what is frustrating to me is that, we live in a country where we have a hunger problem. Tens of millions of Americans are food insecure, are hungry. That is a national tragedy. It is costly. And at a time when, the federal government is now cutting all kinds of benefits to the state. In the big, beautiful bill, we cut Medicaid by $1 trillion. We're cutting programs left and right that are essential to states to maintain a clean environment, to be able to feed hungry people in their state. We're cutting all this stuff, and we know states are going to struggle to try to make up the difference. We ought to be committed to making sure that nobody loses these very, very, quite frankly, small benefits. These aren't even adequate. $2 per person per meal is not an adequate benefit. We ought to be talking about how we expand the program, how, and how we get more people access to good nutrition in this country. But I strongly support the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Anyone yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Riley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield to Shamari.
Mr. Figures is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. This is about us doing what we said we all wanted to do, or certainly not doing what no one said they wanted to do in terms of eliminating the SNAP program. There was HR 1 was a big bill. I'll give you that B. It was those 2 Bs. It was a big bill, a lot of changes, and relatively a rushed and condensed time frame. And when you rush big bills through short time frames, there's a lot of what ifs. There are a lot of things that are not addressed. There's a lot of lack of clarity. There are a lot of questions that are presented. What we did not get was clarity regarding the long-term viability and sustainability and existence of the SNAP program in the event that a state cannot meet the cost sharing. What happens to the benefits? What happens to, in a situation where a state can only meet part of the cost sharing, right? Does the federal government send zero money? Do they send a allocated percentage of the money? We don't know. It's not answered in that bill. We've not gotten that clarity from USDA, but what we do know is that under the current state of the law, there's nothing that prohibits USDA from saying, we ain't sending anything. We're not doing anything. That is a risk that is not worth taking. Not in my district, not in Mr. Moore's district, not in Mr. Finster's district, not in Mr. Bacon's district, not in your district, Mr. Chairman, not in anybody's district on this side of the aisle either. That is not a risk that we signed up to take. I don't think, look, I didn't vote for HR 1, but I don't think that's the risk any of you guys signed up to take. I do not think that. That is the optimist in me, right? But we have a chance to put that doubt to rest in a way that will have real consequences for people, because we have now complicated this process so much that, it's complicated enough to get, through a committee here authorizing language and appropriating language for a SNAP program. Now we have shifted this to the states as well. Now it has to go through a state committee, in some states, multiple states, then through a full, a full legislative process on a House side, a Senate side, then get a governor to sign it. At any point in that chain of events, there could be a hiccup. And it could lead regardless of people's intentions, it could realistically lead to a state not passing a budget that is inclusive of the money that's required of them for the cost share. Should the citizens in that state be left with nothing in terms of SNAP benefits? I think if we went around this room and polled everybody individually, everybody would say the same thing. No, they should not sign up for that risk. That is not what we intended. And so now we have an opportunity to fix this. We can provide that clarity, we can provide that certainty, we can ensure that SNAP is not eliminated. 1 in 4 families in my district, 1 in 4 households in my district rely on SNAP. That's 25%. That's 25% of households, assuming those statistics stay the same after the new changes. But either way, even one person being in doubt is too many, right? We're talking about all of the vulnerable populations, when we've gone through around this committee and people have talked about all of the exceptions and what's included in the bill and what's not included, and when we've seen the differences of opinion in terms of who's eligible, who's not eligible, well, regardless of what your standard of eligibility is, it's everybody that we're talking about that's at risk now. These are the children, these are the pregnant women, these are the veterans, these are the people who are laid off at 64 years old. These are all of those people. If we do not clarify this, we run the risk of states literally saying, we can't do SNAP. And I don't think that's what any of us intended. So I think this is very straightforward, very commonsensical, and some clarity that we can provide that doesn't require us to alter H.R. 1, doesn't require us to spend a single extra penny than what's envisioned by H.R. 1. All this does is provide the certainty to say if a state cannot or does not, for whatever reason, meet the cost sharing, that the federal share will still come. And that federal share does not have to compensate for the state share. It's just what the federal share would have been under the current calculations, given the current error rates and, at that time. I think this is just as basic as it gets. And I think this is something we have the authority to do and something that we have all stated that we have the courage to do in terms of preserving SNAP for the people who need it. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on Ms. Figure's amendment? Any other members seek? If not, I will add the final word here. I want to thank the gentleman for raising the issue today. This amendment would allow the Secretary to waive the SNAP benefit cost share for a state who's unable or unwilling to pay for any reason. I want to remind everyone that states who have SNAP payment error rates under 6% do not have to pay a penny towards SNAP benefits. I think transparency and accountability is a responsibility of every level of government, and that includes the folks in the state, and in some states, unfortunately, they kind of, like California, I know is one of them, it's on a county level that they administer. The state kind of passes the buck on to the county to administer that. But so there's an opportunity here. We are incentivizing better behavior. We're incentivizing better management. We're incentivizing taking care of the beneficiaries by not underpaying or overpaying those benefits. I think that's a good thing. We did do it, so get it under 6% because 6% was fair. There's some errors are counted; they're just clerical. Somebody didn't fill out the form correctly, something like that. So that was the minimum. And then on the and I don't think we the cost share in terms of administrative costs. I mean, our states have a great opportunity to be more efficient. Honestly, I have watched the administrative costs by these states just balloon when it was 50-50. I mean, they didn't. It's like they didn't care. It's if you have a state where your state elected officials are not getting the job done, they're not serving these most vulnerable people in the most efficient way, well, that's what elections are for. Somebody else more competent needs to probably be in place, that will do the root cause analysis, look at what the actions are to take, to get the error rate under 6%, and quite frankly, to be very efficient, to bring their administrative costs down. They have that control. Every state on that list of all 50 states has achieved that less than 6% in the past at one time or another. Federal policy should not excuse more waste and mismanagement in the SNAP program. So based on that, I urge a strong no vote on this amendment.
Mrs. Speaker, I
Hearing no
request a
further
recorded vote.
conversation, the questions on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. Independent of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 313I2. Further proceedings on this amendment shall be postponed. And I think that, are there any additional, trying to go back and forth best I can, any additional Republican amendments pending? If not, we're going to go to Mr. Riley from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 43.
Very good. Ms. Riley has a amendment number 43, at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 43, offered by Mr. Riley of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York to sponsor the amendment for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I really appreciate the debate we've been having throughout much in the morning about SNAP. And look, we can disagree with each other. We have some real differences. But we also need to be able to use this process to try to find some common ground where we can. And I'll tell you, most of the folks, a lot of the folks at least, who sent me here, they don't really care all that much about political parties, don't really like political parties. They just really want us to come together and get some stuff done. And so I listened to the debate about SNAP benefits and everything, and I found two things that I heard in that debate that I think are common ground. One of them, just this is taking everybody at their word and giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, one of the things I heard is nobody wants kids to go hungry. And the other thing is nobody wants to tolerate waste and fraud and abuse and theft and all that kind of stuff. We all, I think, based on the conversation, is the heated debate, but I think we all share those principles, and so I want to see if we can do something together about it. So this amendment number 43 that I've got, this is a bipartisan amendment that I'm leading here in the House with Mike Lawler and Dan Goldman. Over in the Senate, it's John Fetterman, Ron Wyden, and Bill Cassidy. So this is a real, truly bipartisan bill. About 1 in 5 of the households that I represent, maybe 1 in 6 of the households I represent, get SNAP benefits. And we talked about this earlier. They're working families trying to make ends meet, feed their kids. A lot of seniors on fixed incomes who can't afford the utility bills and the groceries. I was talking to Derek Van Orden about this earlier. It's, a lot of families like Derek's from growing up in rural poverty. And the problem is you've got these criminals who are preying on these folks by stealing their SNAP benefits. I mean, these folks with SNAP benefits are some of the most vulnerable folks in our community, and the criminals are literally stealing their lunch money from them. So this amendment here, it's to fight that crime and also protect the crime victims. It's also about fiscal responsibility, because this vulnerability of SNAP theft has already cost the taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. And just a month or two ago, the USDA Inspector General published a study showing that it's going to cost over $500 million more if we don't get our act together and fix it. That's money we should be spending, obviously, I think, to feed these families and not enrich a bunch of criminals. And so what this bipartisan amendment does, super simple, it's going to equip SNAP cards with secure chips. So if you have a credit card, it probably has got a chip on it at this point. And what that's going to do is it's going to make it so the criminals can't access the cards. Because right now what they're doing, it's called skimming and cloning, where they're basically copying the magnetic strips and the numbers, and that lets people steal the benefits. And so put the chips on the cards, it's going to keep the benefits safe and make sure they're going where they're supposed to go. So I'd encourage everyone to support this bipartisan amendment. Let's crack down on the criminals, protect taxpayer dollars, and feed families who need a hand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Mr. Boss is recognized for 5 minutes.
Maybe bacon? I'm just teasing on you. He's a little bit older than me. No, I'm just... I speak in favor of the amendment. I'm the Cyber Subcommittee Chairman on the Armed Services Committee. We focus on external threats there. But we also have a Cyber Subcommittee within Homeland Security. We know our agriculture is being targeted significantly from foreign actors, but also criminal actors out there. And I think we need to put more emphasis on defense. And so I've been just being short. I support the amendment. I yield.
I thank Mr. Bacon. No, got it right that time. Other members seek recognition. Mr. Van Orden.
I'd like to also speak in support of this amendment. You know, we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse and how it's rampant in the system. This is just a very practical way to bring 21st century technologies into the realm to prevent, in this case, fraud from taking place, so that we can get the money that we allocate for hungry kids to hungry kids, where it belongs, and not in some fraudster's pocket. So I speak in strong support of this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do so also.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in strong support of this amendment from my colleague, but I do want to point out here that USDA has been required to issue a rule on EBT security since the passage of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2023 in December 2022. In October of last year, the administration told GAO they plan to publish the rule in January of 26, and as of yesterday, the Unified Regulatory Agenda website still indicates the same past due January 2026 timeline. So I want to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Riley, for his diligence here in encouraging everyone to vote for this, even though this should have already happened. But thank you for continuing your push, Mr. Riley. And I support this bill and encourage all of my colleagues to support as well. Thank you.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? That's right. Well, I know that. Yeah. If not, I will, let me get a final word on this. You know, this amendment will require USDA to issue regulations related to EBT chip cards and theft. The amendment would also require, which, by the way, the states have always been empowered, or at least for many years, the states have always been empowered and have had the options to utilize a chip device within the EBT card, and we know it works. The fraud and abuse at the gas pump was rampant before they added those chip cards, the chips within those credit cards. And so we know it's a very effective method, but it was the states had that. This amendment would require USDA to cover the costs, all the costs associated with transitioning to EBT chip cards. So it has a scoring problem financially. I want to thank the gentleman for raising this issue. It's an important issue. We're all concerned on both sides of the aisle about increased rates of card cloning and theft and skimming in SNAP. We know SNAP EBT cards are more vulnerable to criminals due to the lack of chip technology and due to budgetary constraints. As I mentioned before, the scoring, because this amendment puts it all on USDA to pay the way for the states, which is we're unable to include it in the text of the gentleman's amendment in the bill. However, I'm proud that the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026 does address skimming and other card theft schemes by requiring USDA to publish that proposed rule on EBT card security measures no later than 6 months after enactment of the Farm Food and National Security Act. So I look forward to continuing to partner with the gentleman in this effort. I think it's but it did run into some scoring issues that I'm not able to support at this time.
Could I just, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Riley,
Yeah,
recognized.
so just, I think whatever amount is going to be spent here to get these chips on these cards and make these cards more secure, I guarantee it's going to be less than the $500 million that the criminals are stealing from these families. This is probably, I would venture to guess, one of the smartest investments we could make because, as you noted, these families are already vulnerable. The USDA Inspector General just showed that if we don't do this, it's going to cost us $500 million. I would also say the provision in the current base text, section 4108 on EBT card security regulations, it's basically just telling USDA to do what they've had a legal obligation to do for years now. So we clearly have to put some more teeth into this, which is what my amendment does. The current base text, at least as I'm reading it, doesn't include the chip requirement, which everybody knows is the most state-of-the-art security technology, whereas this amendment is going to be real clear to USDA. We're not screwing around anymore. You got to get this done. And so I'd really encourage everybody to vote for this. Let's get it into the bill that we're working on now, and then I'd love to work with you on scoring and budgeting after that.
I'd love to work with you going forward on this. Do I agree from a practical perspective that there'd be significant savings? Getting Congressional Budget Office to recognize that is impossible, unfortunately. It's just, it can be very, very frustrating dealing with the accountants, the folks in CBO on how they score these things. They don't see that as a pay for. So I, unfortunately, at this point in time, I'm gonna have to vote no, but I look forward to continuing to work with you on them and see what we can work out here. We gotta go to the floor and on the Senate side and figure out some solution to that dilemma. So, all right, hearing no more conversation, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Riley. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no. No. Independent chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 3I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I believe that we have a queue here working with the ranking member of folks who have indicated. So Mr. Tandor is recognized with an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 117.
Without objection, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 117, offered by Mr. Tandar of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentleman, distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear. The recent Republican proposal in the One Big Ugly Bill that completely eliminates SNAP-Ed is not only harmful to the American people today, but it will also make it harder for the working class to achieve the American dream for generations to come. The Department of Health and Human Services claims it wants to improve the health of Americans through the Make America Healthy Again initiative. This farm bill even includes changes to the purpose of SNAP, saying that SNAP should be designated to prevent diseases like obesity, diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. If that is the case, Mr. Chairman, why are you and the Trump administration so hell-bent on eliminating programs that give participants the knowledge and tools to make the nutritional food choices that leads to a healthier life? All across the country, SNAP-Ed has made an incredible impact on the health of the American people. The two states implementing agencies in Michigan are Michigan State University Extension and the Michigan Fitness Foundation. Together, they serve more than 4,000 sites across the great state of Michigan. In my district alone, there were a total of 263 sites that provided SNAP-Ed programming in 2024. The last full year before the changes to the SNAP-Ed in your big ugly bill. Historically, SNAP-Ed has contributed to reducing food insecurity among children, older adults, and people with disabilities. The program has also proven to increase the consumption of nutritious food such as fruits and vegetables and boost physical activity in those enrolled in the program. Mr. Chairman, the fact is that SNAP-Ed is a highly effective, evidence-based program that helps individuals and families make more nutritious food choices, stretch limited food budgets, increase physical activity, and make healthier choices easier in their communities. The fact that Republicans are willing to sacrifice the health and well-being of Americans in order to spend money on tax cuts for their billionaire donors is frankly disheartening and disappointing. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mrs. Pingree is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for submitting this amendment about SNAP-Ed. And I just want to add my voice to all the others who have been talking for these many hours about Title IV of the Farm Bill and just the egregious cuts to SNAP benefits that occurred in the big ugly bill. It is hard to fathom, as we have said so many times, how in the wealthiest country in the world we insist on debating whether or not people deserve to have enough food on their table and how much they should be allowed to purchase. This committee should be fully dedicated to making sure that every opportunity we get, we are looking for ways to support that, and the idea that we allowed this to be cut $186 billion, which it was in the big ugly bill, and that funding went to tax cuts for the wealthiest people in this nation. We saw just recently that Amazon's tax bill, because of those tax cuts, went from $7.6 billion down to $2.8. In a year, they had a 45% increase in their profits, is egregious. This is such a valuable program, and it meets so many of the criteria of the valuable things that we want to do to make sure that people eat more healthy foods. When you look at the USDA's website, and they talk about some of the reform and innovation that they're trying to do at the SNAP program, they're looking at restricting certain foods and making sure there are stocking standards in the stores. And one of the things they've said is they're asking states for reform and innovation of enhanced nutritional programs. Well, nothing is better than SNAP-Ed. So many of us were able to see in our home states how well this program has been used. In my state, it's been implemented in all 16 counties. Over 20,000 people participated. And one of the things that people routinely said was it increased their confidence in buying food and cooking food. And if you're trying to feed each individual in your family for $2 per person per meal, you need a lot of assistance in figuring out how to cook the most inexpensive yet nutritious foods. And so this program has been incredibly beneficial in helping people do that. It's also been shown that kids eat more when there's been SNAP-Ed benefits in the family, when people have learned more about cooking healthy food. So I don't understand any rationale for cutting this program and not restoring it in this Farm Bill. We often talk about how this Farm Bill had to be put together in a budget-neutral way, but again, this is an expression of our priorities, and our priorities should be related to making sure that everyone gets enough healthy food and that people are able to afford it. So cutting SNAP benefits and then going even further to cut this educational program that has had so much benefit around the country doesn't make any sense to me. In my state, it was a $5 million value, which isn't a lot when you compare it to the full SNAP benefit program. It's $536 million in the United States. That is nothing compared to the $186 billion that was cut out of the big ugly bill. And it is nothing compared to the fact that we're giving tax benefits to some of the wealthiest people in this country, that we're starting another war in Iran that's already spent more than $1 trillion, that we have a $3.4 trillion deficit that was added to the national deficit because of the big ugly bill. So there is no logic to me in why we would cut a program as beneficial as this. I encourage my colleagues to support this. It's not a lot of money, but it's an important way that we enhance people's use of SNAP and make sure that they get healthy food on the table every day. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady, and she yields back. Ms. Buzinski is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of my colleague's amendment. Mr. Chairman, our job is to make sure that the programs we create actually work for the people that we serve, and that when we make changes, we understand who will be affected by those changes. When the Republicans passed the Big Ugly Bill, they purposefully cut the funding to the SNAP-Ed program. SNAP-Ed is incredibly important to districts like mine because it provides the free community-based nutrition education and obesity prevention services to families who qualify for SNAP, helping them stretch their grocery dollars and make healthy choices close to home. At the University of Illinois, SNAP-Ed has played a critical role in providing solutions for families that are struggling financially. The Illinois Extension Program hosts Illinois Nutrition Education Programs, INEP, provided by SNAP-Ed. Their program and community outreach helps families to make healthy and practical eating choices while also promoting physical activities, solutions to transform the healthy communities of Illinois. The University of Illinois Connect program works with individuals who qualify for SNAP, and they teach them how to utilize their benefits in the most efficient and healthy way. The program has reached over 300 communities across Illinois and over 130,000 adults and young people through their classes. Children who participate prefer healthier foods and beverages, improve their cooking skills, and are more physically active, all because of SNAP-Ed. We have the reach. What we need is the resources. When COVID-19 hit, INEP worked to pivot their methods and expand digital education and messaging to reach their families and continue providing classes. These programs are working beyond their means to make sure that children and families are getting the nutrition that they need and making better habits for their future. We should not and cannot be the ones to stand in the way of this progress. In Illinois, approximately 36% of the population has obesity. The rate of adult obesity is projected to increase to 52% in 2030. Across the nation, adult obesity rates have reached 40.3%. This is about prevention. We need to be providing our districts with the resources and education to promote health from the bottom up, starting with what is on their plate. I want to extend my gratitude to Congressman Tander for filing the amendment to restore this program. This program has proven results, and by re-implementing this program, we are helping children and encouraging adults to make healthier choices for a healthier life. At a time when grocery prices are hitting record highs and our healthcare system is strained, we should not be pulling back on programs that educate the American public on nutrition. It just makes no sense. And so because of these reasons, I urge this committee to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Any other members seek recognition to speak on this amendment? If not, I'll take the final word, and then we'll call for the vote. I thank the gentleman for bringing up this issue. Two separate USDA studies, both under President Obama, I believe, if my math is right, 2012 and 2013. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm married, I'm used to it, being corrected. So, found no evidence that the SNAP-Ed influenced long-term behaviors or affected nutrition or obesity in any meaningful way. I was shocked by that, quite frankly. I think education is really important when it comes to nutrition. In 2019, a GAO report found that USDA's nutrition education efforts lacked clear evidence of effectiveness. Specifically, the GAO found that USDA is unable to assess the effectiveness of the interventions used across the country to determine whether SNAP-Ed is achieving the program goals, end quote. Moreover, there is an entire office at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention with a budget of over $1 billion that has the same focus as SNAP-Ed and provides identical services. Ending the SNAP-Ed program in H.R. 1 eliminated what appears to be ineffective duplicative spending and saved taxpayers $5.5 billion. So I urge so our country is not walking away from nutrition education. I urge a no vote on this amendment. And with that, hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is
Mr.
not
Chair.
agreed to.
Mr. Chair, may I request ayes and noes?
The recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Rule 3, Committee Rule 313I2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed, and have votes been called?
Yes.
Okay. I've been informed that a vote series has been called. The committee shall stand in recess until the vote series is, not until the vote series is complete, because we know that the votes can vote right away on that last vote. We want to reconvene 15 minutes from the time that last vote is called, so we can keep going here. Thank you, everybody.